Anyway, just know that, and away we go. Hopefully things work. Maybe carry the one. There we go. Okay, we have started. We've started. Welcome in if you're joining us on YouTube. I appreciate you. Today is pizza day. Hooray for pizza day! Hooray for pizza day! Thank you, Aquabats. Today is pizza day. We'll be making a bunch of different pizzas, but I wanted to ask you first to like and subscribe to the channel because that would be awesome. Today, what we're doing on the stream is making 4 different pizzas. I have homemade dough that we've been working on over the past 2 days that's in the refrigerator. I'm making 4 different pies. Here's the list of them. You don't have to read it. I'm going to say it out loud. 2 with the red sauce and mozzarella. Those mozzarella and red sauce pizzas have pepperoni and basil on one, and then barbecue chicken and caramelized onion on the other. The 2 white sauce pizzas, which is a roasted garlic sauce, both of which have mozzarella on them. One of them has green garlic, mushrooms, and dill, and the other one has sausage, corn, and ramps. We're about to do some prep for all of those things, and then we're going to start baking pizzas in the oven. So I've got my garlic in the oven already. Now we're going to start making some different sauces and doing our prep work for that. So that's what we're up to on stream today. Again, if you're watching on YouTube, please hit the like button. Please hit the subscribe button. Those help with the channel getting discovered across the rest of the algorithm. So that would be lovely. Thank you for joining us. We're also live on Twitch under the same name. If you're seeing chat on either, chat from both platforms is down here. If you're on the horizontal, that's the TV style stream. And then chat from on the vertical stream on YouTube is going to be like right here. So you can just go ahead and hide your YouTube chat, and that the chat will pop up in bubbles. If you have the YouTube chat present on your screen, it's going to look really awful and confusing. So anyway, we're trying it. First thing today, we roasted some garlic, or I put some garlic in the oven. So there, it's in there. We're waiting for that to finish. That's going to be about 10, 15 more minutes in the oven. I have a timer set to go off in 5 minutes. Before we do that, we're going to make some red sauce. My dough, my white sauce, and my red sauce recipes all come from this book. This book is called Pizza Camp. It's by Joe Badia. This guy owns a pizza shop in Philly. It was really big during COVID. It's still around, and he makes really good pizza. So he put out a cookbook. My friend Drew, command Drew, DREW, in chat, helped edit this cookbook actually, and helped both write and edit it. So I know that it's all spelled correctly. And makes sense and is funny, because Drew is very funny. But we have a sauce from there. This basic sauce for catastrophe. Thank you for the claps. Hello. This is a basic red sauce. It combines crushed tomatoes, garlic, salt, and olive oil. Super simple, really simple. It is the sauce. This sauce got me into this brand of tomato, and this is now the crushed tomato brand that I use almost for everything, for just everything. Jersey Fresh crushed tomatoes. The dude talks about it in the book. He literally writes about this specific sauce or this specific type of tomato, and in the book, the picture that's on the sauce page is the same can of tomatoes. So I love these, and that is what we're using today. Bonusman, welcome in. I don't think anybody's redeemed the fit check since I added that sound to it, and I just got really confused. I was like, why is that happening? Why is that sound playing? But now we know. It's nice to see you. Welcome in. I wish I could. I need to be able to It would be nice if I could do this. I can't. I say this as if it is something that you have any idea what I'm talking about. There we go. Paulanisma is a friend of the stream, fellow food and drink streamer. It's a shout out in chat on Twitch. You should probably go click the link. It would be great if you did. Hey, we had some garlic. Now this recipe also calls for 2 cloves of garlic, which is not enough. So we're going to add 4 because that's better. And when we do that, here's what I'm wearing. Here's what I'm wearing today. We love it. We love a fit check. This camera is the fit check camera because this is the only one that can actually capture like legs. Hold on. This has got stuff on it. There we go. Where am I? Okay, hold on. Let's see if this camera works first off. Hey, it does. Look at that. Here's what I'm wearing today. This camera's about to like shut off if I mess with it too much. This is what I'm wearing today. Pretty straightforward. Black t-shirt from the Black T-shirt company. Levi's jeans. I have a belt on. Obviously I'm wearing my pink Crocs because these are my house shoes. I have them in action mode today because or sport mode because they've been falling off my feet as I ran around the house. And I'm also wearing my favorite pizza hat from Ape and Bird, Command Hat in chat if you'd like to know where that came from. It came from Ape and Bird. It might be also Command Hats. I forget. It's both. It's probably both. Action mode, right? Yeah, action mode on the Crocs. Like when you're really like serious business, you put the strap on. That's the move. What kind of recipe only uses 2 cloves of garlic? I know. This one apparently, but it's also one of those recipes that probably is a ratio of the one that they use in the shop. And how much olive oil is in here? 2 tablespoons. Okay. I think they probably, my assumption is that if they want the pizza to be more garlicky, they'll add garlic on top. Legs confirmed. Yeah. Like, you don't see my legs ever on stream. Like, really. It's a bit of a rarity. So I'm like, that's why I always use that other camera. Am I wearing pants? Who knows? Oh, time's up. That's the terms of service alarm. Just kidding. Let's reset this for 10 minutes. And we're gonna check. I'm just gonna check this garlic. I have it's in there. It is a little soft. It's soft, but I'm gonna let it go. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make this red sauce, and then we'll get the garlic out of the oven, the roasted garlic. So we have 2 different garlic things happening in the moment. I need to remember to keep working today. That's an important aspect. Is just keep moving today. We got to keep going because if I stop, I'm gonna lose time. And I started stream about an hour and a half later than I usually do today, which was intentional. I didn't, the schedule said 13:30, so we're not late. But mentally, I always start streaming at the same time, and my like internal sense of timing is wrong today. Like, it's very wrong. It's not wrong, it's inaccurate. So, Darlene on YouTube, hello, welcome in. Happy Thursday, or Friday Junior, as the kids say. The kids don't say that. Nobody says that. I say that. I also stole it from Patrick Richards. So there are two people who I'm aware of who say Friday Junior. Me and one other person. Joe asks about the hats. Are there patterned hats on their secret shop? They do have patterned hats on their regular shop. Occasionally, or often they have patterned hats on their regular shop. If you're interested in sort of their stuff, Joe, what happens is they'll make like 50 of something or like 30 of something, and then it'll sell out, and then they'll take it off the store or out of the store. So their regular shop is the one that has the fabrics that they just have like a lot of, or have, regular full-time access to. The secret shop, I will tell you that the secret shop is addictive, and if you are like, I probably shouldn't spend all that much money on hats, you should probably not get access to the secret shop. But I will also tell you that they do put a lot of stuff on there that you don't see on the regular site, because they'll have like 5 hats of this one type available, and they'll sell out on that shop. Like, they would sell out on the regular website too, but they'll definitely sell out there. I don't buy all that many hats. Like, I probably buy maybe 2 of these a year, but I do subscribe. I have a few subscriptions like across the internet that I have maintained for a while, like some long-term Twitch subs. I have some long-term like Substack folks, and then I pay and subscribe to the Ape and Bird folks, and I have for a while, because I like their products, and they are like small individual. It's literally 2 people who just hand make hats. And I like their hats, so that helps too. Not suited for this website. I would fall instantly for their shenanigans. Somebody say shenanigans? Bearded Rye, welcome in. Catastrophe, you follow their Insta. Yeah, I actually started following. I started following them from Insta too. So they, and I know it's funny because someone else that I'd followed already, who is from Rhode Island, who's like another like small artisan, like crafter type person, had like posted a photo and tagged them in it, and I was like, oh, that's a nice hat. Here we are, like a decade later. Soflip, welcome. Happy Thursday. I hope you're doing well today. I was just commenting about how my sense of timing is off today, and I'm like, I'm doing well, and I'm also like, oh, I feel not rushed. We'll see how I feel in 3, 4, 5. I want to start making pizzas at 5 p.m. 5:30. Let's be realistic here. I'd like to put pizzas in the oven at 5:30. Okay, so we have our garlic, we have our tomato sauce. Not tomato sauce, this is just crushed tomatoes. I'm gonna rinse the can out now, because otherwise it's gonna dry, and then it's harder to clean and recycle. Perfect. Okay, and 2 tablespoons of olive oil. This is the part where we measure with our heart. So that's about 1, and that's about 2. Perfect. And a teaspoon and a half of fine sea salt, it says. Now I'm going to go ahead and use actual sea salt here. And I am going to measure this. I know that I just was like, I'm going to measure the olive oil with our heart. But like olive oil is one thing, but like salt is another. So 1, 2, 3. I don't mind something that's a little bit over garlic. I don't love something that is over salted. There's a little difference between those two things, and it's important to get that one. The salt is important to get correct. Okay, so we're just going to mix this up, get the olive oil. The olive oil is going to like stay on the top, sort of, no matter what. But we'll get the garlic mixed in. This is why I like a clear bowl, because you can be like, what's it look like on the bottom? Dump the crushed tomatoes into a container. Put the garlic in. Add the salt. Mix thoroughly. That's it. Let it sit for a few hours before using. You can store the sauce covered tightly in the refrigerator for up to 1 week. It says let it sit in the refrigerator before using for a few hours, but I'm gonna let it sit on the counter because it doesn't need to be refrigerated because it wasn't, and I think it'll be fine without that. Olive oil before or after or both? I don't generally drizzle olive oil on my pizza. And the reason for that is I forget. That's it. The reason that I don't usually do that is honestly because I forget to do it. I would probably like to put it on afterward, just like a little bit, so that there's, if things have dried out. But honestly, I almost always forget to put olive oil on there. I don't put it on beforehand. That is... that I just don't do. I don't have again, no strong reason for that either. I don't have a like, well, it's because of this sciencey type of thing that like I've thought about and really considered.
I'm sure that whatever is happening can be explained by science.
Yes, it can. Carly, welcome in. Okay, so the sauce is ready. Let's get this garlic out of the oven and we will start the white sauce. This garlic is probably finished. Maybe. Here's what else needs to go into the oven? The mushrooms. So let's get the mushroom, caramelize the onion, then the mushrooms. Mushrooms don't take that long. So the onions will take longer. So I put the list in order. Not only do I have a list of the pizzas, I have a list of the things that we're doing in order on stream today. We've already roasted the garlic and made the red sauce. Okay, perfect. My timer for my garlic and the being finished in the oven is up. So before I like really tear into this, let's make sure this is in fact actually roasted and ready. It is. It is. It's not as really like super soft as it is sometimes when I roast it, but that's okay because usually when it's like that, it's overdone. Today it's not. Okay, so we're gonna let that cool for a few minutes because the white sauce doesn't like need to be made immediately. The white sauce can be made 5 minutes before I make the pizza. It doesn't. It's fine. These are gonna cool down a little bit. So let's do onions and mushrooms, because those are the other things that actually need to go in the oven. The mushrooms go in the oven. The onions go on the counter. Yeah, mushrooms in the oven, onions on the counter. Onions go in first because those take longer. Why roast the garlic before? Because Sorry, let me finish reading your question. Why roast the garlic beforehand? Wouldn't it roast on the pizza if it's the last topping? Yes, and I'm using it for the sauce, which goes underneath of everything. So point one, I'm using it for the sauce. Point two, it takes on a different flavor when you have when it's roasted. So if you eat raw garlic, it's extremely bitter and astringent. I was literally watching a video last night. There's a guy on TikTok and Instagram who does the like raw food things in public places, which is like kind of ridiculous. But he was like eating a raw head of garlic on an airplane next to like some like business traveler in a puffy vest who looked like an absolute asshole. Sorry, that was my internal bias coming out. Sorry if I offended you. Anyway, what was I talking about? Right, the flavor of garlic, not business people in puffy vests. It just changes the flavor fundamentally. Like the roasted garlic is sweet and not bitter. So it wouldn't roast in the same way on top. It would cook, but it would still be like bright and a little bit sharp. Whereas the roasted garlic is very savory. So it's just a difference. If I was putting garlic on the top, I would probably slice it really thin and then put like slices on top, and that would be good. I'm not doing that today, but it would be good. But it's going in the sauce and it's getting in a blender, and you can make this sauce with raw garlic too, but it changes the flavor. So that's my long-winded answer with a slight divergence into judgmental language around businessmen. Anyway, Carol on YouTube, welcome in. Good evening to you. Italian food night. It's pizza night for sure. We love pizza night. Get ready to hear that sound a couple more times. Let's caramelize an onion here. I have a big onion. So we're gonna take and stay. I've got my knife. This is from chopping the garlic. I've also got I've got a prep, or not a prep bowl, a bowl for a bowl for all of my things that can go in stock. I just got that out on the counter today. Kathy, welcome in. Happy Friday, Junior. Happy Friday, Junior. Yeah, I am feeling a little bit better about the time now, because I really kind of looked at that list and I was like, that's not a ton of things. Not a ton of things, but like it's not a lot of things. So I'm cutting the onion into half moons, like relatively thin half moons. I would prefer to have red onion here, but I'm using a yellow onion, and I'm just going to caramelize it instead. I was thinking of having caramelized red onion, but then I forgot to buy one. And so, actually, I didn't forget to buy one. I thought I had one when I was at the store. And I should have just bought another one, because, like, it's an onion. I'm going to use it. But I didn't. And so, I don't have one. That's how it goes. All right. Let's get these into a pan. I'm going to use a cast iron pan. Hold on. I need to... This one has something in there. That's fine. What did I cook in here last? I don't remember, honestly. Which is fine. I'm not preheating this. I'm just gonna put these in here. Making sure they're not like still stuck together. And we're gonna put this on the stove on low. And these should be ready by the time I'm about to make pizza, by the time I'm about to assemble some pizzas. I'm probably not going to end up using all of these caramelized onions. Like, this is a lot. This is going to end up being a lot. But that's fine because this is the type of thing that I will just have in the fridge and put on something else over the next like 2 to 3 days. All right. Beautiful. All right, let's get this little olive oil. A little bit of salt. Give those a toss. And put those right here on the stove for the next, oh, I don't know, hour or two. Let me wash my hands. All right, perfect. So what we're doing today, our like order of things is basically everything that needs to be cooked or takes longer is going first. So I put the garlic into roast like the moment I hit go live on Twitch. I put the tomato sauce together because it should rest for a little while before using it. Onions are going to caramelize and those need to take a while. I'm going to toss the mushrooms in the oven now and get those cooked off. Then going to make the sausage. I'm not making sausage. Let me clarify. We're cooking the sausage. I think I might cook. I was thinking of just cooking the sausage in the oven too, but I'll probably just use a pan for that. Like I'll just do it on the stove. I bought 4 sausages. I'm probably going to cook 2 of them worth of meat because I'm only making one pizza that has sausage on it. So it's going to be like sausage crumbles, not sliced sausage. So point of fact, let's get our mushrooms out now because those I'm going to put in the oven to roast. I'm not going to cook them for very long. I'm really only going to cook them for 10 minutes or so, just to like start them getting a little soft because they are going to cook on the pizza. Like that's the type of thing that like will cook on the pizza because the pizza is going to be cooking at 550 degrees, which is hot. I turned the oven on already, so the oven's at 400 right now. Once the mushrooms are out of the oven, I am going to turn my oven up all the way to 550. That is going to stay there until we're ready to cook pizza. I have a pizza stone in the oven. It lives there all the time, but today is the day that it actually gets to shine. So the pizza stone is in the oven. We're going to leave that in there so it gets nice and hot. And eventually we are going to get to the actual cooking of pizza. We're doing all the prep work first. So this is it's a lot of work and I'm making 4 pizzas, but there's only 3 people that live in this house. So it's a lot of work and yet it's fine because we have a freezer and pizza stays good in the freezer and it'll be great to have some leftover pizza over the next few days. So it never goes to waste, which is why I like making sort of a large amount of pizzas when we do pizza day. Also because like the effort, it's like a not insignificant amount of effort to make pizza. So I like having a variety of toppings and just making a bunch of them. So Jay Guy says I love I love mushrooms, but maybe a different kind. Whatever could you mean? I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm just kidding. I do. The fun kind. Listen, All mushrooms are fun. That's why they call them fun guys. Okay, no one's gonna do the thing. I'll do the thing. All right. Anyway, these are shiitakes for what it's worth. Yeah. Yeah, we like that. You like my dad jokes? I got more. I have a few more. I don't know how many, but I don't know how many more I have in me today. But that there's one. We at least got one out of it. Let's stir these. Let's stir these onions now. So, Edie, well, welcome. Shit talks. That's a very like. That's the way that I'm reading that. The voice that I'm reading that comment in is very like kill it Philly coded. Kitchen Island, nice. That sounds fun. Putting it together does not sound fun, but using it does. The way Didi, the way that you typed the mushroom name made me think of like some guy from South Philly ordering a cheesesteak. Hey, let me get some shit talks on there. Because listen, some places that sell cheesesteaks will give you like sauteed mushrooms on them if you ask, right? Right? But then it's just a cheesesteak. It's not a Philly cheesesteak. I'm finishing slicing these mushrooms first because that is like I can get distracted and then I don't finish the thing and I turn around and there's like mushrooms on the counter. I'm like, whoa, where did these come from? Sounds like a nice good sized little island. It's like almost 4 feet, right? Lagging? Is it lagging? Is it still lagging? I'm not seeing any. Okay, gone for you too. Okay, good. Yeah, I'm not seeing any lag on my end. If it's lagging, it might just be that I've stopped speaking mid-sentence too, which also happens and is a thing. That one was on purpose. Okay, we're gonna pop these in the oven. I'm gonna stir the mushrooms on the onions on the stove. So let's get these in. I'm gonna set a timer for. Let's set a timer for 8 minutes for those mushrooms, because the oven's hot and I don't want them to cook completely. I just want them to start getting soft. I'm like par cooking the mushrooms is what I'm doing with them. Hit the start button. Okay, come on over to the stove here for a second. We've got some onions going on. I'm painting miniatures, so it might have been that. Yeah, and you know, bearded. I occasionally do. Not occasionally. This is a known thing for me, and Gwen gets annoyed about it because I'll take a long time to like finish a thought sometimes, but often it's because I started speaking before I really knew how the sentence was going to end. I didn't like think it through, and often I'm just trying to find like the right word for something or like a better descriptor of how I'm trying to say something. So instead of just like getting it out and having it be imperfect, I'm trying to like say it super specifically, but then it turns into like not that. Ankle nibbling Toyota. Hello, welcome. Mushrooms are in the oven, onions are on the stove. Let's get my list. We're gonna get like some check boxes on the list here. Roasted the garlic. We've made the red sauce. Caramelizing the onion. We're cooking the mushrooms. Sausage is next. We're going to start let me make the white sauce first. No. Let's do the... Yeah, let's do the white sauce first. And then we'll cook the sausage. Because I don't think the sausage is going to take all that long. First, though, I want to move this to the rear burner so that I can use the front burner to cook sausage on. Okay, so come on with me, and you'll be in a world of pure imagination. That's not true. There we go. Okay, turn the front burner off, Lou. There we go. All right, caramelized onions are caramelizing. Let's do the... Let me see. Hold on. The white sauce. Wraps, herbs, green garlic, corn. Now, all the other stuff is like leafy. All right, let's do the sausage next, because that way it'll cool off a little bit. And then, yeah, let's do the sausage next. Sorry, I'm like, again, I'm not buffering. I am buffering. I'm the one buffering up here. New interior door. It's kind of fun. Did the old one break, or is this a new addition? Where did I get ramps? At the farmer's market. So these were from the ones that I have. I have two. Well, I saw them. I got these at the farmer's market on Saturday. So I'm hoping they're still okay. I saw ones at the market on what other market did I go to? Saw them on Tuesday also. So I've seen them at two different markets in Philly. They are definitely like prime season right now. I packaged them and I hope that they are still okay. I packaged them. I mean, I put them in a towel and put a little wet paper towel around their roots. So I tried to make them good and like so that they stay nice. I'm not using I don't know if the leaves are wilted, the stems will still be fine. And so I'm kind of just like they should be okay. I was going to try to experiment with storing them different ways to see what's better, but like I don't use them. One, they're not available very often because they're only around for like a couple weeks in the springtime. Two, they're expensive, so I didn't want to like really mess them up. So I hope the ones I got are still good. I haven't opened them since I got them. They've been in there and kind of doing their thing. We're gonna cook this sausage now. This is, what kind of sausage is this? Italian turkey sausage. So this is not pork. This is like a turkey thing. There's no heat to it. It's in casings, but I'm gonna squeeze it out of the casing and get it in to the pan and then break it up. Because I don't want it to be I don't want sausage slices. I just want it to be like crumbles. What is the tool? There it is. All right. 9 says that old door had ancient hardware, was broken and irreplaceable. Okay. Yeah, that's annoying. That's kind of annoying. Got the crumbles, Kathy. That's right. We like the I like sausage crumbles, but they didn't have the sausage that I wanted in just like a block, like pound form. So I got all of this. Everything pretty much everything I'm cooking with today, I got from Reading Terminal. Oh, that was the other place I saw the ramps, not at another farm. I was like, I didn't go to another farmer's market this week. I'm like racking my brain, like, where did I get these ramps? I got the ones I'm using today at our regular farmer's market, and then I saw them again at Reading Terminal. That's what I'm meaning to say. Okay, so my pan on the stove is like nice. I say nice. It's nice and hot. I preheated it because it's a stainless steel pan. And I didn't want to didn't want the things to stick, so it's preheated. I'm going to squeeze out 2 of these sausages from the casings, then I'm going to wash my hands real quick, and then we're going to stir it into the pan. So let's come over here with the camera. And we'll do the sausage in the pan as opposed to the onion, because that's more active, more action. Okay, so oil is nice and hot. I'm going to turn this down now. Weird doors. That's kind of funny. What is that timer for? What is the time? Do I have anything in the onion? In the onion. Oh my god. Oh, the timer's for the mushrooms. Hold on. I have sausage hands. I should have just squeezed those out right away, but I don't want the mushrooms to overcook, because I often overcook the mushrooms when they're in there for a while, or when they're in there. When I cook the mushrooms for a while, they're often overcooked. Lou, shut the fuck up. Seriously. Think about what you're saying first. Think about what you're saying. All right, these are good. These are quite literally like where I wanted them to be. They're softer, they're a little pliable, but they're still chewy. That was the goal. Be nice to my friend Lou, Joe says. Yeah, I was saying this on stream the other day, but sometimes I'm just like, I don't feel negatively about myself. I'm not like in that moment, I'm not like, I don't feel when I'm like you're such an idiot. I don't actually feel that way, but I say it sometimes. It's like, I don't know why either. It's just like a thing. It just comes out, but I don't actually feel that way, which is weird. It's not weird to not feel that way. It's weird that I say it out loud anyway. Mushrooms are good. Let's bump the oven temp, because that's gonna get up to hot. My pan here is smoking like crazy, so let's actually okay, that's the one I want to turn off. Yeah, I'm gonna take this pan off of the stove for a second, because we have smoke coming off of there now. Because it was like ready to go, and then I wasn't ready to put things in. Okay. Oh my god, 9. That's wild. That's when you need like a guy. Non-binary. That's when you need a person who's like a handy person. A handy they, if you will. To like come to the house and do the thing. Like we have a person who's sort of like that. He works with Gwen on stuff, and whenever we have like a thing at the house that needs doing, like here's an example. When our basement flooded, right? Gwen called this dude and was like, our basement's flooding, is flooded, help. And he like came over, like 2 hours later he arrived with like pumps and saws to cut the drywall off, and like was on it. Like that's when you just need like a contractor, because I feel like Lowe's is like going to gouge you in price no matter what. That's my feeling about it. Big corporate says it's going to cost $10,000. All right, I'm gonna stir these onions again. C Films, hello, welcome in. Yeah, Sofa, like I called. It was a sort of state of crisis that morning, obviously, and like I called Roto-Rooter because they do stuff like that, and then I called Roto-Rooter, and the people came out from there, but Gwen called her guy, and the dude was like, "I'm on it. Like, don't do anything with them. I got it." So like Roto-Rooter came out, and then like and then like they never even called back that day. But like the dude that Gwen called was like on it. But that's the guy who like rebuilt, not rebuilt. That's the guy who did a bunch of work in our basement to like make it more open for like cat stuff. I'm not handy at all, so none of this shit falls in. I mean, I'm handy, but I could be handy, but I choose not to be. And there's a difference. I'm not uncomfortable with like using tools. I don't know. I just don't love it. It would take to like learn how to do something or like build something. I just don't want to do that, if that makes sense. Like I'll replace a doorknob or like that type of thing. But when it's like, hey, the whole door is weird shaped and needs to be adjusted, like, nah, that's not for me. Joe, congratulations. That's awesome. Tell them you found it for me. Please tell them that you were like, Eat It Dad said that I should buy this hat. That way they'll know. Because anytime I tag them occasionally on Instagram and they know who I am. But it would be if you like interact with them in some capacity. I'm serious, like that would be amazing. Because they're also like nice people. Is cooking a handy thing? Steve Films asks. I don't know. Do y'all consider cooking to be like a handy situation? I don't. But I feel like some people don't like to cook and would consider it that. I don't think it's handy. It's definitely a skill, but I don't think it's in the same skill set as like woodworking. There's nuance to both, and the nuance to cooking is very different. When I get it, I'll tag them. Amazing. That would be awesome. Yeah, I love those. I love those folks. I've sent people their way, but I've never actually had anyone say that they ordered from there. Greg's, welcome in. I know that your name's not actually Greg's, but Dead Greg's. Friends who are joining us, hello. Let me take this. Let's take this to a camera here, and I'm gonna say hi. I was checking out your VOD, your video on demand and YouTube channels the other day. I don't know if I turned that way down. Where are we? Here we are. Friends, hello, welcome in. Bread Hell, nice to have you. Bread Hell is what you're in when you don't have any bread. Which is a terrifying experience, if I'm being honest. Friends who were joining us, friends who were here. Let me address the friends who are hanging out already on stream. Dead Greg's is a new-ish to Twitch, but also not new to the internet streamer. Dead Greg's has a YouTube channel as well as a TikTok. So if you click on through to the account, you can see pre-recorded videos. Those guys are starting to do more on the live streaming side, which is really super cool. Welcome to the live streaming space. I don't know if you're hanging out or if you're like chilling or whatever. I checked out some of the initial early live stream stuff. I checked out some of the actual actual YouTube videos and Instagram, YouTube and Instagram, because I'm not on TikTok. I'm on TikTok, but I'm not actually on TikTok. Like, I have an account. Anyway, not important. I'm not saying TikTok. Lou, shut up. God damn. Anyway, Dead Greg's makes recipes from a deceased friend, and it's a kind of a fascinating concept for a channel, honestly. And I kind of love it. Friends who so like go follow because they're new-ish to the food and drink space, but not new to the internet. So I'm excited to see where the actual live stream goes. Also, Wauma, as well as the folks from the Dead Greg's channel, if you ever have any questions about the food and drink process, I'd be happy to chat about it. Process, like technology, like stuff, just like the community, live streaming, like the tech side of things. Very happy to chat about that. Not needing to chat about it on stream, but you know, whatever. Anyway, welcome in. My name's Lou. This is a food stream. We cook here. We do food prep. We do recipe development. We do baking. We do meal prep for camping trips. Today, I'm making pizza. I'm actually making all of the different toppings for the pizza today. We do IRL stuff out and about in the city of Philadelphia, where I live as well. We're a very lurker-friendly community, so if you like to lurk, please know that follows are silent. There's no alerts or sounds. If you hit the follow button, like there's nothing happens. You do end up following, but there's no, you're not going to get called out for it. So please feel free to follow and chat if you'd like. We are making pizza toppings right now. We have a whole list of stuff to do. I'm making 2 pizzas with red sauce. I'm making 2 pizzas with white sauce. Various toppings include pepperoni, basil, barbecue chicken, caramelized onion, green garlic, mushrooms, dill, mozzarella, sausage, corn, and ramps. Currently making the sausage. Sausage is on the stove there. It's on the camera here, which is in the view here. We're going to pop back over to the stove and turn the sausage back up so that it gets cooked. And then, oh, that's the onions. This is the sausage. This is the sausage. And then we'll be back over at the main counter. So welcome in. It's nice to have y'all. And good to see you. Hello, Lady Lyra. Welcome. Hi. Happy to have you. Happy to have you. And Waruma, I was checking out one of the VODs on the Dead Greg's channel, and I feel like I understand where your question the other day was coming from about the phone thing. Yeah, I'm also happy to know. I'm also happy to like chat about any of that. I'm happy to chat about it with you specifically. I'm also happy to chat about it with the folks on that channel as well. And I don't know if you are a here's a link. I'm putting a link in chat that you can share with them if they'd like to do more like community stuff. I don't know if that's of interest, but this is there's a lot of like resources there. I also I want to say that Food and Drink Creator Club, if you are a food and drink streamer and you're within the sound of my voice right now and you're not part of the Food and Drink Creator Club, I'd encourage you to sign up and join, because there's some good resources there. There's some good community building. People are happy to answer your questions. So there's a link to that in chat, and it will take you to an application on the Twitch website. And that's not a like the URL. Save the URL that you end up at when you click the one. That mine is just a bit.ly link, so I can use it in chat. Bread Hell, it looks yummy. We're doing pretty well. We've got 2 things right now. I've got this sausage. This is just an turkey Italian sausage. It's like it's got a little bit of herbs and stuff in it. These were sausage links that I emptied out of the casing. On the back burner here, I have onion that's caramelizing. So this has been on for a while. That's going to stay on. The sausage here is just getting cooked. I'm going to dump the grease off of it when I'm finished, and we'll pop this out into a bowl with a little paper towel on the bottom to absorb all the grease bits. Once the sausage is finished, the only thing that will be cooking still will be the onion. Everything else will be like ready to prep. My timer went off, and I cannot forget to take my pizzas out of the oven. Making me hungry. Well, just you wait, because we will be making pizza here in about an hour, maybe a little more than an hour. We'll be making, like, shaping homemade dough and doing pizza in the oven. Fresh dough indeed. I made it on Tuesday. I made it on stream on Tuesday. I shaped it on stream yesterday. And if I don't remember to get it out of the refrigerator, we're not going to have pizza on time today. So that needs to happen the literal moment that I stop cooking this sausage. Because my timer went off, but I was standing over at the counter bullshitting. Anyway, I was saying hi to friends who may have just joined us from our raid. I see you. Thank you. Heard. I updated Discord last night for all of our Cookie Club entries. Do I have a Discord by chance? I do have a Discord. There is a link to it in chat. Dee Dee asked, did I share my recipe for the dough? I did not. It's not my recipe. Well, it's there's a lot of links in chat. That's fine. Good. I did not share the recipe for this because as it is not mine, I do have a recipe for it. The recipe comes from the book Pizza Camp by Joe Bedia. That's Beddia. I can show you the book that it's from. And if you'd like, and you want me to share it directly with you, I'm happy to do that. But you need to send me a reminder in Discord because I will not remember to do that after stream today. No offense, but it is generally speaking when someone asks for something on stream and I'm like, and I say that I will do it, I need to be reminded. Scavenger hunt, I know. We need to do a scavenger hunt in the city. That's what I'd like to do. I was thinking about this the other day. I'd like to, I used to do something. Okay, well, here's a thing that I actually used to do occasionally. This was not like a regular thing. Hold on, let me come back over here. Get the pizza dough out. Get the fucking pizza dough out. The pizza dough needs to come up to room temperature. That's why I keep saying it. It's in the refrigerator, and if I don't get it to room temperature, I can't use it. I'm draining the sausage here as much as I can without tipping it out of the pan, and then we're going to put this into the bowl so that this is just ready to go. Beautiful. And let's put a little bit of soap and water in that pan to soak because it's got some browning on it. Excellent. Bread health. Thank you. Enjoy your shower. It's never not a good time to take a shower. Unless you've just done all the dishes in your house, in which case you might want to wait for your hot water to come back. Is this camera going to be too hot over here? No, it's not. Okay, should be fine. Let's get that camera back over there. There it is. Whoa. There we go. Okay. Beautiful. Look at this. Look at this beautiful, beautiful caramelized onions over there. There they are. Okay, so sausage is ready. Mushrooms are ready. We're going to make our white sauce now. That's the next thing. Sausages are done. We're going to make our white sauce. Actually, you know what? Let's just I'm going to start the white sauce. Okay, let me be real honest. What's really bothering me is that I have this like thing of cooked garlic on the counter. I want to put that in the blender, which is where I'm going to make the sauce in. We're going to actually make the white sauce a little bit later because I want to finish my vegetable prep first because I have my cutting board out and I'm going to use my cutting board for the vegetables. So like, there we are. Thought the beautiful onions were pasta, Catastrophe. You could probably eat them like pasta. I'm very happy with how they're turning out right now. And I'm seeking very much to not burn them. I started telling a story. Pizza dough. Jesus. See, this is what happens. This is literally what happens. I forget and I forget and I forget. I'm going to get the pizza dough out of the oven, out of the refrigerator. Now I'm going to do that right now. Okay, we have pizza dough. Shit, this dough is fucking bursting out of these. So this container is now full of dough. Let's open this. I'm going to open this and I'm going to peel the lid away from it. Hell yeah. That is a yeasty John in there. All right, I'm just going to take the lid and we're going to leave this with the lid just sitting on top on the counter. Now, these don't have to rise anymore. They are extra risen. They look great and they smell great. And they're... It smells so good. These just need to get to room temperature now. Like they're ready otherwise. They don't need to rise. And as soon as I opened that one, it started to like sink down again, which is good. I kind of want that. Oh man, this one, look at this. We're getting some beautiful like bubbles on this dough. That's looking great. So these are going to puff nicely in the oven for sure. All right, let's put these off to the side though. I'm going to start. I'm going to move my toppings. I need to move things on the counter. That's what I need to do. That tomato is not for today. The reason that's on the counter is because I meant to eat it as a little late snack sandwich last night and I didn't. So it's still there. Okay. I started telling a story about scavenger hunts, didn't I? And then I didn't. I didn't finish it. So let's continue. Let's continue with that story. Stitch Lover, welcome in. What are you using the dough for today? Today is pizza day. Hooray for pizza day. Today's pizza day. We're making pizza out of it. That's what we're using it for. We have several different pizzas that are starting to come together. Toppings that are starting to come together. The dough itself is here. It's ready. Those doughs that I have on the counter over there just need to come to room temperature. That's all that needs to happen with them. Okay. Avo, the oiled container, I mean, as I like opened it, I could see it like just peeling away from the sides. So I think we're good. I felt good about it yesterday, but I'm feeling great about it right now. When I get some of those out, I will let you know. We will certainly discuss the oil. But let's get the rest of our ingredients together before we make this white sauce, because the white sauce only needs to get blended. I'm gonna take the garlic out of those little bulbs though, so I can put it in a blender. And we're going to use our bullet blender because that is going to be, one, it's going to be easier to manage when it's finished. And two, the other blender I have is massive and I only need a little bit of sauce. So there's no good reason to use the other one. Let's set that to the side though, because I'm not using that just yet. And this garlic is roasted. It's still in the little containers here. So let's come on down here and check out what this roasted garlic looks like. Got a nice bulb here. And I'm just going to squeeze. So you can do this a couple ways. I roast it in the packets and then just like squeeze it out. I say in the packets. I roast it completely in the paper and then just squeeze it out. And the tops, I'm kind of checking as things are coming out of here. I'm checking to, if the tops are like really hard and solid, I'll take them and just pinch them off. But usually what happens is if you cut the bottoms, the tops just stay on the clove when you peel it or when you squeeze it out of here. So this is looking really delicious and lovely. And then we're going to take the paper and put that in my container for stock, because that only, it has salt and pepper and oil on it and then garlic. And so, you know, all of those things can go in a soup stock and it'll be delicious. So bulb number 2. Is going in. So this recipe calls for 1 or 2 bulbs of garlic. Bulb? I hope it calls for bulbs. I didn't actually read it. I think it said roasted garlic though. So, and like, you don't roast garlic individually. So at least I've never roasted an individual clove of garlic. I feel like the effort to that, the effort would be worth it because roasted garlic is delicious, but that's not really how it works. When we do make the white sauce, all we're adding to this is 2 cups of heavy cream and some seasoning. So it's like cream-based sauce, but it's heavy cream. There's no cheese in it. It's still dairy, but it is a cream-based sauce. All right, I'm gonna wash my hands. This is good. Now I feel better because I don't have that just kind of sitting in the packet still. The sauce is ready to be made when I am ready to make it. But let's prep the rest of my ingredients. The only thing that I am not going to prep is the basil, because the basil is just going to go on top at the end, like just like a whole leaf of basil just right on top of the cooked pizza. There's no need to, it definitely doesn't go in the oven. When you put it in the oven, it just burns to nothing. So the basil is the only herb I'm not going to cut at all. All of the herbs, the dill, the parsley, the basil, are going on top after the fact, so I'm not cooking it with those on there. But the parsley and the dill I want to process first so that I can just sprinkle them on. So We have dill and parsley. Let's get those out. A little bit of dill. Shit! I used up all my dill yesterday. That's okay. Time. We're adjusting. That's fine. We'll use thyme instead, because not that they're the same, because they're not. But I don't have any dill, and I want fresh herbs, so that's what we're gonna do. This parsley, there's a couple pieces in here. This one's looking a little yellow. That's gonna go in my stock bowl. This one's wilted. That's a stock. This one is yellow as well, and then we have a couple good pieces here. All right, so parsley is going to go on one of the pizzas. Okay. So I don't need all that much. This one's wilted too. All right, we're while I'm in here, I'm sort of like, okay, what do we got? This parsley is 3 weeks old. So it is almost finished, but the storage method that I use is very, very good. So it lasts for a long time. Okay. Let's see. We have containers for parsley, thyme, basil. I'm just going to pick off the plant, so I don't need that. I just have a basil plant on the counter. Brett Hell says, is the red sauce tomato sauce? Yes, it is. The red sauce is it's a raw sauce, meaning it's not cooked at all. It cooks on the pizza because you spread it in a thin layer and then cook the pizza at 550 degrees. So it cooks on the pizza, it reduces down. There's not a lot left after the fact. But the sauce is a can of crushed tomato, 2 tablespoons of olive oil, a teaspoon and a half of sea salt, and a choose your own adventure of garlic. I have 4 cloves of garlic in it. The garlic is also raw. And you grate the garlic in. So it's very, very straightforward. It looks like this. It's been sitting on the counter. I'm going to give it a little stir here. Just with this particular sauce, if you make it ahead of time, it's better. Like, if you make it days ahead of time, it's better. If you make it hours ahead of time, it's good. It's great. And if you make it immediately before cooking the pizza, it's good. So this particular sauce is a favorite. It's a favorite because it is low effort. The max effort for that sauce is quite literally shaving some garlic, which is not complicated. I use a microplane. All right, but what I'm doing now is just getting my herbs and that type of stuff prepped up and ready to go. I'm noting the time. It is 15:46 my time. That is 3:46 p.m. Eastern Standard. I'm in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Noting the time because in the next 10 to 20 minutes, my son's going to be getting home from school. So he's going to probably come on to stream and hang out for a moment and say hi. I'm likely to be a little bit distracted during that time and a little less responsive if you are messaging in the chat. So just a little heads up and admin note that that's the case, because other people live in my house and I'm cooking for them. And he comes home from school and wants snacks and attention and for a very brief moment before he disappears into his room. So that is coming up as I'm looking at the clock. My internal clock tells me that it's about 2 p.m. So I'm used to starting stream around 12:30 p.m. and I started it around 1:50 today p.m. I had other stuff that I was doing, so I'm used to starting quite a bit earlier, and my stream, my clock that inside that says like how long have I been streaming and how much time do I have left and what do I need to do in that time, that clock is wrong today, so I keep looking down at the time. Anyway, planning on popping the first couple pizzas in the first pizza in the oven. What time did I say here? I'd like to start cooking pizza at between 5 and 6 p.m. If I am putting my first pizza in the oven at 6 p.m., that's about as late as I could possibly do it. So I'm cooking 4, and they take about 10 minutes each. And I want to be finished, and I want to be finished stream by 7 p.m. Eastern. So I'm just saying all this out loud so that I can kind of manage my own internal clock and expectations. So these onions are caramelizing nicely. Are we still seeing, is that camera still good? Okay, sometimes that camera freezes. But I've gotten it in a good spot, not physically, but like my hardware side of things is in a good spot. Knock on wood. Let's actually physically knock on wood. There we go. Every once in a while I have to like make adjustments to things so that camera works. That camera is the one that is the problem. And it's not a problem. It just, I'm overloading my system. Anyway, tech talk. I'm also, I love the technical side of streaming. I think it's fun and frustrating. I think if you don't love the frustration of the technical side of things, sometimes streaming is going to be a very difficult endeavor for you. Or it's, or you're not going to get what you want out of it. All right, time is coming along. It's funny, this is like really fresh thyme. I got this at the farmer's market, and there's a difference texturally between this and like the firm stems that you get at the grocery store. And this feels more, it's like soft. It's like a soft, less, the stems are not as thick. It's also probably new season time, so like it's harder to take and like just strip the leaves off of it like you usually do. Like I and people who use thyme in their cooking applications usually do. This is coming along though. We're getting there. Blacksmith, hello. Hoping not to get grilled here. Oh no, grilled pizza is delicious. Let me read the rest of your sentence before I say, oh no. Am I the only one who uses light beer instead of using yeast and water? I mean, that's not unheard of. 1. 2, I've never heard of it, but it doesn't sound wild to me. I have a question for you though. Right back at you. Do you put sugar in your pizza dough in addition to the light beer? Because the sugar feeding on, do you do a different ratio of sugar than with the light beer than you do with the water? Because the yeast is going to eat the sugar, right? And that's gonna create the reaction, and the beer has more sugar, the beer has sugar in it too. So I'm imagining maybe less sugar. Fascinating though. It's unheard of for me, but it sounds reasonable. Like it's like exactly to your point, Bread Hell. If it works and it tastes good, it's fine. If it doesn't work and it still tastes good, what did you do exactly? Broccoli, thank you for your resub. That is 13 months of hanging out here, listening to my nonsense, and I appreciate you. And trust me, or don't. It is nonsense. A lot of it is nonsense. Some of it's useful. But this is not, I don't purport to be like an educational stream. Sometimes we land on something that's helpful. Often it's really is just nonsense. Cracker crust pizza. Okay. I mean, listen, I'm into it. I would definitely try it. I do 00 flour, yeast, water, sugar, and salt. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Prepped the thyme. We prepped the parsley. The basil is ready. I'm going to get the basil out. Not out. I'm going to move the basil from the windowsill where it sits to being on the counter where it's going to be visible and actually useful. Okay, so herbs are prepped. We need to do the green garlic and the ramps. That is what's next. Pear and sausage pizza. That pear and sausage is a great combination. What did you do, like a white sauce with that? I feel like that the pear and sausage, I would do like a little bit of some type of jam on that too, to sort of like tie them together, the like savory and sweet binder, not literal binder, but yeah, definitely a white sauce. That's a good call. We're still caramelizing. These are looking really nice. My pan is very, very low. My pan is at the lowest it can be, and I'm getting some browning on here, but we're not burnt. We're not burnt. We're doing great. My camera feels fine. Just checking for the camera to like because the camera, I've melted a camera on that stove before, like without really thinking about it, so it's a concern. This is a better camera than the one that I melted though, so we're gonna try to not do that. Okay. We have green garlic ready to use. We have two different types of things here. One, this is two different things in this. I need to refresh this water. Saw something about smoked garlic the other day. Yeah, smoked garlic is really a weird experience. There's a vendor at the farmer's market, one of the farmer's markets that I go to, called Heyday Farms, Heyday Farms. They are a garlic farm, so like, that smells great. They have a bunch of different garlic applications. Heyday Farms is the farm that I got the inspiration / that I directly ripped off my garlic cookies from. I didn't rip them off, to be fair. They did not give me the recipe. I made it myself. I figured it out myself. I made my own version. But they have smoked garlic that you can just buy there. And I try to buy it when I go. Like, it sells out, which is annoying. But if they have it and I am there on market day, I always get it and like figure out something to do with it, because it's such a unique flavor. Very different than roasted garlic. It's smokier, as one might imagine. You'll be surprised to learn that the smoked garlic is smokier. Spicy pizza sauce. Yeah. I love a spicy pizza sauce, like an arrabbiata type of thing. I haven't made a spicy sauce before. I've made pizza with like spicy components to it, but I've never made a spicy specifically spicy sauce. Okay, so these are green onion or green garlic. This is and I'm not using all of these. I'm just taking a moment here as I'm doing these to like trim these up a little bit, because these just sit on the windowsill, and I use them as I need them. I have both scallions and my green garlic in here. So the green garlic is exactly sort of what it sounds like. It's brand new garlic shoots that have come up. You can use the leaves and you can use the stems. Mostly you use the bulb and the stem, not necessarily like the big top portions of it. Trimming the leaves off right now, leaves and some of the roots. Actually, that was the only one I trimmed the roots off of. But the roots are growing nicely on this green garlic, so I'm very happy with that. They're going to stay on the counter, or stay on the windowsill until I use all of it. But we're going to do a little bit of it today. I'm only making one pizza with the green garlic on it, so I'm only cutting up like 2 of these things. Yeah, smoked garlic is delicious. Roasted garlic, obviously you can make that very easily at home. I'm a big fan of both. Although the smoked garlic, I don't have, like, I think making the smoked garlic at home might be a bit much. I don't have a smoker, so I would have to like, I don't know how I would do that. Call them spring onions. Yeah, I mean, these are the green garlic. This thing is slightly different. There's 2 different things in there. So one of them is like green onion, and the other one is brand new cloves of garlic. So I don't think this is going to translate to the camera. But if you're interested, take a look in here. Let's see if I can get this all the way in and maybe get it to focus. If you look, maybe see if I can get the right angle. I'm like, and the camera is very far away here. So let's, hold on, let me see. Nope, that's not going to focus. If you look really closely in there, hold this closer to the bulb. There we go. If you look really closely in there, you can see garlic forming. Like, you can see the little pieces that are going to be the cloves in there. So this is actually, this is different than a spring onion. This is basically a brand new garlic bulb that was picked way, way before it was ready. And it has a different taste. It is more oniony than garlicky, but it does have some garlic flavor to it. So for this, you take the bulb and you kind of dice. Here's what we're doing. Here's what we're doing with this. We're kind of dicing the bulb like a little bit. So one like that, kind of vertically, and then again in the other direction. And then we're kind of chopping that. So it's like little diced, oniony, garlicky vibes. And then we're really thin slicing the stalk. And we're using it like a green onion. So it's basically, the application of it is really the same. And these leaves, I'm not going to use these leaves, but we are going to cut these so that they're smaller and put them in my bag for stock. Okay, but I want to put this into a small bowl. So let's get these rounds in there first. And I'm going to kind of work the rounds in my hands so that they separate just a little bit, so that they're like real thin and stringy. I'm gonna put some of these on the pizza. I'm gonna cook these on the pizza. So these are gonna kind of get a little bit burnt, and break down a good bit from this form. Okay, so the rest of this is going to go on, and then we're going to cut another one of these. This is going on with the mushrooms and thyme on a white sauce pizza, and a garlic-based white sauce. So this pizza is going to be particularly garlic heavy. Now this bulb is much smaller and doesn't have the same it doesn't have the same kind of capacity to cut it and dice it the way that I did the last one. So I'm just going to chop this whole thing in rounds right down the stem and put the leaves in my stock bulb. Okay, so this is our second stem of green garlic. So there's a lot of prep here, which is a little bit extra, and that's fine. I don't want to, if I'm making 4 pizzas, I want to make 4 different pizzas. I'm making barbecue chicken pizza too, but that chicken is already cooked and is in the refrigerator. I actually forgot to put the chicken part of this on my prep list. But I know because I have prepped it already. I just need to put barbecue sauce on the chicken. So we're going to do a red sauce with the barbecue pizza, and we'll put a little barbecue on the chicken, and then I'll put a little bit of barbecue on the top of the pizza itself. I'm hoping that I have the barbecue sauce that I want in my refrigerator, and I might not, and if I don't, I know I have some barbecue sauce, so that's okay. I'm definitely not making my own. This is not a make your own barbecue sauce day. There was a recent discussion in the Creator Club Discord about like barbecue sauce and do you make your own? Do you not make your own? And some people were like, it's so easy. Why would you ever not make your own? And I'm like, because I don't fucking want to. Because I don't care. That's why. Fight me. I didn't actually say that. I didn't say anything. I contributed zero to that conversation. But I was listening. I was lurking. Okay. Green garlic is ready. Let's get the ramps out, and we'll clean those. Clean and cut those. So they feel good. This is how we've stored them. I've really gone in on like trying to store these the right way. So I put them in a towel, in a plastic bag. I wrapped the roots in a paper towel. Now I bought 2 bundles of these, and I'm not going to use both of them. But these look pretty good. I tied them up. I thought I was going to put them on the countertop in a cup of water, but they basically started wilting immediately, and I was like, oh, we can't do that. So anyway, these are wild ramps. They're basically like a leek onion situation. These have been cleaned really well. Yeah, these are very, very nice. But what we're doing with these is basically what we just did with the other green garlic. And I'm cutting some of these. The leaves are wonky, which is fine. But we're taking, we'll do like four or 5 of these. Again, this is for 1 pizza. So I know that those are good. What we're going to do with this, the rest of these, we're going to make a pesto out of it. Not today, but I thought about doing it today, but we're not doing that today. But I am going to take the moment here to trim off we're going to dead end these pieces that are not great, so that I don't have like leaves that are rotting in here. So these don't get grown, they get foraged, which is why they are a little bit more difficult to find at the market. I actually don't know why that is the case. I don't know if they're difficult to grow, if they're just not commercially viable to have and produce. But I do know that when they're in season, you can find them at the farmers market. I'm in Pennsylvania, in Philadelphia specifically, East Coast US, and we're ramps are sort of around for like 2 to 3 weeks during the year. So I'm going to put the rest of these back because I am going to use them again, as I said, for pesto. Let's see. So these were very good. I took one and stored it differently than others. And this one, I'm going to put into, yeah, this one does not look as good. So the storage method in the bag is definitely the right one. I bought a bunch because I want to make pizza out of it, and I wanted to make pesto out of it. So kind of two goals. The pesto I'll make possibly over the weekend. I'm not going to do that on stream. That's just going to be a like quick kitchen project. But these look great. This storage method works really well. And I'm going to put the rest of these back in the refrigerator. All right. So what else do I have to do here to make myself to be ready for this? Ramps, then chicken, then cheese, and then we're ready to cook pizza. The cheese is mozzarella. I have two types of mozzarella. Well, one type of mozzarella in two ways. It's both low moisture mozzarella. I have 2 bags of like shredded, pre-shredded mozzarella, and then I have ball 2 or maybe 3 of the mozzarella that is like chunky that I need to shred by hand. So that's what we're doing next. Next, we're doing the chicken, actually. I'm going to rinse these off in the sink here real quick because they look really clean and they're wild, which means that who knows what type of animals came around. There's a little bit of dirt on them. Okay, all right. These look good. Onions are also looking good. I'll dry these off with a paper towel. You don't clean these when you buy them. You clean them when you use them. That's kind of the rule. When you buy them, you just let them be. Same thing with like spinach or lettuce or leeks or literally any other leafy green. Oh my God, what are all of these texts? Oh my God, you're going all the way over there? Never mind, have fun. Okay. Calvin my son is not coming home immediately. He is in fact having Gwen come and meet him at the corner store to get snacks. So that's fine. Hold on. I want to look something up here. I want to see with ramps and pizza. I want to see if there's just like a real quick Google here. If people put them on after the fact. I don't think so. I think that they probably put them on beforehand. Yeah. Okay. Oh, the internet also says that you saute them. Okay. Well, maybe we'll do that. Maybe we will do that. Basically, you cut everything up and then cook it all down. But I feel like that's going to be. I feel like that makes more of a pesto, which is not what I'm intending to do here. Anyway, we're trimming these. I just looked at a blog, like just the top result blog. Here's what I think. What I think we'll do. I think I will cook these a little bit. Because they're sort of, they are like onions. So maybe I'll cook these in the pan that I cook the sausage in for like 2 to 3 minutes, which will be like just enough to sort of soften them, but not enough to make them sort of too small. Okay. But we're basically using the whole thing. The bulb, the stem, and then the leaves all are going to go in. These are like leeks. They're like onions, but they are softer and milder, both in texture and flavor. And I realized I could cut these all at once. I don't need to cut them individually. Okay. Calvin does this thing where he'll text either Gwen or myself and ask for something. He'll be like, "Can you meet me at the corner store to get a snack?" And Gwen will be like, "Sure." And then he'll be like, "Can my 3 friends come?" Meaning, will you also purchase a snack for them? Not, are they allowed to go? But, will you buy them something? Which is like, okay. All right, kid. You gotta get your own money out of your piggy bank here and start figuring this shit out. Okay, ramps. Stems and bulbs are chopped. I'm going to large chop the leaves, so maybe like 1 inch wide. And let me give that pan a little quick rinse in the sink. And then we'll just do these at the stove. Real quick. So, good thing I put this pan in to soak because it's ready to go again. It's not hot, obviously. We're gonna pop this on the burner and just preheat it for a minute, and then we'll toss these in. I was thinking about whether or not I wanted to cook these, and I did. I'm glad I kind of looked it up. I'm glad I looked it up just now because I think I don't want them to be too oniony. Or I don't want this particular pizza. I want it to be like a softer flavor. It's already going to have corn and sausage and ramp. So I want it to be like mostly savory, which it is. But yeah, we'll cook these for just like a few moments and then dump them out. Like not enough to really hurt, not enough to like have them start breaking down. That's what I wanted to say. I don't want them to start breaking down. All right, but this pan is preheating. It's there's still a little bit of water in here, and that's okay. I want to put some oil in. We get a little bowl out for these so I can pop them in at the end. I also want to get the corn out, so while that's preheating, let me get a little bowl out for the corn, and we'll put some of that in there. The corn is just frozen corn. There's nothing like special about it. It's just literally frozen corn. We get a smaller bowl for that. So I'm getting all of my ingredients together here. That's kind of the goal is to have like my everything out on the counter that's getting cooked. so that I can just reach for it and assemble a pizza, because there's going to be a lot of flour and dough right here. I just want to have little bowls that are like grab and go kind of things. All right. This pan is looking good. Let's see. All right. My onions are also looking good. Come on back to the stove here and take a look at these onions. They are phenomenal looking. We have some little caramelization happening. And these, they're getting very reduced in volume. Like all of these onions, these onions filled this pan to the brim and were over the top, and now we have like a tiny little pile right in the middle, which I'm going to spread out so that it actually continues to caramelize. Okay, good. There we go. Beautiful. Yeah. Wonderful. Look at those. All right. We're going to come back to the front of the stove now, where I have a very zoomed in pan. Let's fix that. That's too much. There we go. Okay. We have, hold on. This camera doesn't sit right in this, in its little cradle here. So, all right. We have a pan with a little bit of olive oil. There's a use some cut up ramps. We're gonna pop these in. This is a like 1 minute saute situation. So I just want to get like a very little bit of cook on these, and that's it. I'm going to put the leaves in like a minute and cook those, and maybe like 2 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes total. This will be finished. They are definitely caramelized. They look great. Caretaker says, I've only recently learned how to caramelize onions and mushrooms. Montreal steak spice. Sounds good. I don't put anything on mine except a little bit of salt. Because I'm usually seasoning the thing that I'm cooking too. I like the onions to sort of be a base for whatever else I'm using. Okay. That is great. Let's put the leaves in now, and these are just they're going to start wilting and getting reduced, but I don't want these to like go full spinach mode on me, if you know what I mean. I'm just cooking these a little bit with the oil, which should help draw out the flavor of them a little bit. And then we're going to put this on the pizza, and when it cooks on the pizza, it's definitely going to bake and like get really cooked. So I don't want this to be completely shot through from being in this pan. Camille says, are wooden cutting boards your favorite to use? I have plastic ones and I loathe them. Yes, absolutely. The wooden ones are better for your knives too. They are absolutely my preference. Okay, that is good. I turned the burner off. Let's come back to the onions. We'll put the camera back on the onions here. And then we're going to come back over to the counter and put the quickly sauteed ramp pieces in the bowl. And then this is just going to be the topping for a pizza. Beautiful. Yeah, I very much prefer wooden cutting boards. In my sort of the order of like love to hate of cutting boards, like love wooden cutting boards. Plastic is fine if you must. The glass ones the ones that people use that are glass are awful, for lack of a better term. And then there's some that I've seen, like one or two that I've seen. I think I've seen people using them. I think they're more for like serving, but like stone cutting boards, like no, just no. That's not a thing that you should ever use. Plastic is not my favorite, but like I have plastic cutting boards, right? And I use them occasionally. I'll use these if I'm like cutting up an apple for Calvin or just like quickly cutting something, right? The wooden ones are mainly for like cooking proper, like what I'm doing today. Thaw corn. Great. My prep. Oh, hold on. Maz shred barbecue chicken. Okay, let's do the barbecue on the chicken, and then we'll shred the mozzarella, and then we're ready to start making pizzas here. So, barbecue chicken is easy. Mozzarella will take some time, but it's also easy. I'm finished now with my stock stuff, my things that are for soup stock. Just put those in the freezer and just get them off the counter. I've got stock in here. We're going to use a ton of stock next week. Like, I might use all of the stock in my freezer next week, on Tuesday specifically, because we're doing a trip prep for a camping trip that I'm taking my son Calvin, on with a bunch of his friends. This is a trip that will have 19 total people. So we are making soup, sandwiches, and what else? Soup. We're making grilled cheeses, tomato soups, breakfast taquitos for 19 people. So we're going to use a lot of my homemade stock next week. So I was just looking in the fridge and kind of fretting about like how much I've got in there, and I'm not worried about that shit at all. Good. So let's do the cheese in here, and we'll put the barbecue chicken in here. I'm not going to fill that bowl with chicken, but I want to be able to like mix it in. Okay. Beautiful. Beardedry says, if you really hate your knives, use glass or stone, right? Yeah, or conversely, if you love sharpening your knives, if you really love sharpening your knives, go ahead and use the glass cutting board. Sharpen your knife between the carrot and the onion. A sensory nightmare. Camille, it is. It scrapes, it makes awful sounds, and shit slides all over the place. It's terrible. Stone, glass, and ceramic cutting boards should be for presentation only. Right. No, agreed. Low and slow with the onions, tons of butter. Oh shit, I didn't even put any butter on here. There's just olive oil in these right now. Olive oil and salt. That's it. What's the difference between these and tobacco onions? I've never heard of the difference is I've never heard of tobacco onions, and these are yellow onions. That's the difference. Lord Velos Redeemed, catch me up. Let's do that, because I actually feel like I want to do that anyway, to like recap for myself as well. Okay. But these are just about finished. I'm feeling pretty good about those. Okay. What have we done so far on stream? Well, we started pretty well. We started like, I actually got into the cooking process relatively quickly after starting stream. We've been live for 2 hours and 40 minutes, call it 40 minutes. We started stream with the roasted garlic. I made the red sauce that I'm using. I started the caramelized onions, which are just about finishing here in this camera, or here if you're watching on the vertical stream. We cooked the mushrooms. We par cooked the mushrooms. These are like ready, but they're not fully cooked. So they're gonna just, when they go on the pizza, they'll be like, they'll finish. We cooked the sausage. So there's this. This is turkey Italian sausage. That's ready to go. Cook that in a pan. Made the red sauce, which is here. And I'm gonna give that like a little stir. Just a little stir. Let's kind of keep it moving. So we made the red sauce. I chopped up some green garlic. I chopped up some thyme and parsley, which I showed you in the reverse order of what I said. We cleaned, chopped, and cooked some ramps. These are going on a pizza. I got the basil out on the counter. I also squeezed the garlic out for my white sauce, which I'm going to need to make again. I'm going to need to make that as well, but again, that's easy. And that's where we're at. That's where we're at. We're going to get the chicken ready. We're going to get the mozzarella ready. We're going to make the white sauce. And then we'll be ready to cook. I'm going to get the chicken out first. Find the chicken. Here's the chicken. So chicken, let me get the mozzarella out. So I've got, as I said, two different versions of mozzarella. There's the pre-shredded, and then I have these balls, which are 8-ounce balls of just fresh mozzarella. I'm gonna tear those apart by hand. The cheese is just like a nice, like dice, like little kind of, it fills in the cracks. That's what it's for. Yeah, Liz, those two things don't really line up, but I say easy. Like today, I started streaming an hour and a half later, so I'm doing an hour and a half less prep than I would for other pizza streams. So I think that's where my head is at when I say easy. My goal is to start making pizza start putting pizzas in the oven between 5 and 6 p.m. It is currently 16:29. That's 4:29 p.m. So we're doing well. I am making less pizzas. Yeah, often I make 6 pizzas. That is true. The last time I did this, I made 6 pizzas. There might be, depending on what they want to do. We have some friends coming down. Gwen's brother and friend, their other friend, are coming down to visit. Not next weekend, 2 weeks from now. And one of the more recent times that I made pizza, I made pizza last year when they were here, and I made 6 of them. Which was a lot. Yeah, the where I get hung up is not necessarily the prep, but it's in the waiting for the pizzas in the oven. Because that takes time. Sarah, hello, would ask, would you make a random pizza if you have leftover toppings? Yes, I would. And if I had a leftover another ball of dough, that would actually be good. If I made like a 5th ball of dough for like a catch-all pizza at the end. Homemade potato chips with the burger instead of fries. I actually didn't see that suggestion, Liz, and I love that. My family would like that better too. So, That is good. I will yoink that suggestion. I am gonna do burgers at some point, probably in the next couple weeks. Next week's stream plan is already set. Yeah, next week's stream plan is already set, and the week after that is already set. You made it. Gwen's home. Calvin's home. Everybody's home again. You all right? You need to lie down?
I need to continue
Okay.
my productivity.
Yes. Okay, go. You're doing karate, correct? Okay. Good. Because my timing is not lining up for me to do that. I made homemade potato chips on stream, but it was a couple years ago. And I don't remember what the occasion was. No, I do remember what the occasion was. It was for a camping trip. I made them for a camping trip, and I don't remember with who. With whom? Who? With whom? Who? I don't remember who we went camping with. Smoked burgers? Okay. I'd eat that. All right, that's plenty of chicken. This is just for one pizza. So like I'm not gonna, what I don't want is a bunch of like extra chicken with barbecue sauce on it. This chicken is plain. So it's a nice blank palette. Now, barbecue sauce. Do I have any? Probably should have asked this already. I do. Okay, good. We have some sweet baby rays.
Hello.
Hello, Calvin's home. Timmy, welcome in. Nice to see you. Hello.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you. XYZ. Welcome. Welcome. Sarah, lentil patties sound great. We had a suggestion on stream even recently to do lentils with burger, like mix the lentils in with the hamburger when you're making something to like bulk it up. I don't cook beef very often here on stream. Sloppy Joe is basically when we cook beef.
Oh yeah. Is that coming up? No, we said grilled cheese pizza.
Yeah, we're not doing that. No. Timmy, welcome in. Nice to see you. Hello, welcome. Fellow food and drink streamer, Timmy Buble, 4422. Timmy, nice to have you. If you're hanging out here, please go give a follow to Timmy. Timmy is, as I said, a fellow food and drink streamer on the platform, and we love to support that. So we always want to encourage folks to go follow the other folks in the food and drink category. Hey, friends who are food and drink streamers, if you are a food and drink streamer, there's a link in chat to the Creator Club, which I would encourage you to join. Timmy, I believe that you are already in there. Pauline, hello. Nice to see you as well. We have a...
You are
okay.
a cat.
Okay. We have we have several food and drink streamers in chat, which is great. Amazing. What, Cal? Oh, you're talking to Daisy. Okay, Cal. My son's talking to the dog. Carl on YouTube says, remember I said I made a vegan burger. Cal, do you have a specific like good recipe that you like for a vegan burger? Where did you find the recipe? Robbie says Timmy even managed to set off the smoke detector, so that's a win. We've all been there. We've definitely done that. I set off the smoke detector like seconds after getting a nice raid from another friend of stream at one point, and that was fine because I'm like frantic about it, and then as I'm trying to like say hello, the smoke detector's going off, and that's always fun. Anyway. Caretaker, we never got our email from the Food and Drink Club for membership. Caretaker, you will. If you are in Discord, can you send me a message and I will follow up with the Twitch staff who does the approval process. They have a backlog. They have a backlog and they're catching up right now. So I can like follow up and find out what's going on for you. I'm happy to do that. I'm a connected on that end. So I'm happy to check in. Folks who just joined us, welcome in. My name's Lou. I'm a food and drink streamer as well. I'm a home cook and recipe developer and a parent in Philadelphia. This is my kid. His name's Calvin. We do a lot of cooking on stream, mostly vegetable forward family meals. I do recipe development. We do baking. We do a lot of food and food related things. Sometimes we clean out the pantry. Sometimes we sharpen knives. We're in the kitchen quite a bit. And the rest of the time that we're not in the kitchen, we're out and about in the city of Philadelphia doing IRL streams. It's a very chatty community. I'm happy to have folks who join us. Imagine you're at your friend's house and you are sitting at the kitchen counter with them as they're making dinner. That's the vibe we're trying to do here. And also, if you're a lurker, I want to tell you that follows are silent. There's no sounds. There's no messages. I'm not going to call you out if you hit the follow button. So you're welcome to hit the follow button and lurk. We also have a YouTube stream going on. If you're partial to YouTube, there's a link to that in chat as well. So thank you all. Thank you for the shout out to Pauline as well. Pauline, fellow food and drink streamer, who we love to have in chat. Good to see you. Carol on YouTube says, I put lentils and rice flour from the patty with breadcrumbs. I mean, the lentils are great. Lentils are good, especially if you cook them quite a bit. They get a little like, if you can find that nice balance between like cooked and mushy, that's the right move. My friend Drew tried to make a lentil burger at one point. He was like working on a recipe for it, and it like he was having a hard time.
This does not go in the fridge, right?
That does not need to go in the refrigerator.
It was not in the fridge at the store.
It does not need to go in the refrigerator. Okay. No.
The only thing that makes me think it does is because it said made with real milk.
Yeah. If it were pudding that you made at home, you would definitely need to refrigerate it. Mm-hmm. Why that pudding doesn't need to go in the fridge, I don't really know. Yes. Are you doing some reading today, as we mentioned?
I thought that you said this morning that 30 minutes. Really...
I said this morning, I was just talking this morning. I don't care. Listen, it doesn't, but I want you to follow whatever plan you have in mind. Okay? When I said it would be great to read for an hour at one time, what I didn't mean was that if you only have 30 minutes, don't read at all. And recall, we have less time this weekend to sit. You can hit your reading. Okay. Make your own decisions. You have karate. You're leaving for karate in an hour. Okay.
I know.
Okay. Go with it. Okay. Okay. Stop saying I know.
I know.
Stop it.
I know.
No. All right. Do you need anything from me? Okay. You just had water ice, right? Mm. Okay. Get yourself some sort of produce for a snack. Because later you're going to be into that pudding and all that. Okay. Those big carrots in there are up for grabs. Grab one or two. You're going
a small piece, not a big piece.
Have a carrot. Do whatever you want with it. Okay. Okay. We're here.
Ah!
Use a knife and cut it. Don't give her that size piece. She's going to shit all over the house.
Is it okay if I give her like this part?
Yes.
Would that be okay? Because I would rather not eat that part. So.
Yeah, give her the part that you trim off, but don't give her a whole ton, because then she's going to poop everywhere.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is this a good amount?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay. We are, let me scroll back up here and say hello.
Do you want a snacky?
All right. Carol on YouTube says of the lentil burgers, I mix the lentils with cooked rice, and you can have potatoes. Or put flour in it to fill it with breadcrumbs. And then you have it. I mean, that sounds Sounds creative. I've never made a vegan burger in that way. I've never made a lentil burger either. The vegan, the burger things that I've made that are non-meat are not vegan. Though I'm thinking of the rice burgers that I make, which have mayonnaise in them. Megan, welcome. Hello. Good to see you. Yeah, Liz, he gave Daisy's over there enjoying a little carrot piece. So they went to the corner store that sells water ice, which is not the one that's closest to our house. So that's why he wasn't home when I thought he was going to be. Oh yeah, Clifford, Daisy and Clifford are interacting over on the other side of the room, and Clifford. Gwen says Clifford looks like he got struck by lightning because his fur is all big. 9, the black bean burgers are those are the ones that like you can buy in the store, right? The ones that the ones that are like the typical vegan burgers are bean based. A balloon poop pile. Oh. Touch darling is good imagery, but no. 9 says black beans and oats. Yes. Yeah, I don't think I've ever made a like straight vegan burger. I know I've never made one on stream. I don't think I've actually made one in general. A little soy sauce and mushrooms, Carol says on YouTube. That does sound good. You get the like umami sort of flavor in there too. That you're missing from the meat. That's what the soy sauce brings in. All right, let me wash my hands, and I'm gonna shred that other ball of mozzarella because if I don't end up using it, then I will just put it back in a container in the fridge, and that'll be fine. The let's see, the mozzarella, chicken, mozzarella. Oh, the white sauce is the only other thing that I want to. The last thing I have to do before actually shaping, topping, and baking pizzas is make that white sauce. Okay, these are definitely finished, and they look great. So let's turn that pan off, and we'll put those in a little bowl. Funny, the bowl that I dumped them into that pan from was 3 times as large as this one. They can just sit there for a moment though. I just washed my hands, so let me do this other mozzarella before we do anything else. That is a good emoji. That emoji is appropriate. All right, but this is all low moisture mozzarella. Shayna made it. Did was she live today? I went back and watched a little bit of that VOD from the other day after the raid, and I was she's always so creative. The flower thing, the flower arrangement is so neat. One of those folks who like, it's so impressive to watch people who are artistic like that. And they're just like, I have a vision for how to do this. And then they execute on it. And it's like, you know, I can tie balloons, but that is like next level. That is several levels up. And it's fun to watch the arts and makers and like the artists on Twitch, because all of them are doing stuff that it's just fun to visually just see it from start to finish like that. Which is, I love being able to see that in long form and not on like a YouTube video where it's like edited and kind of chopped up. Like, oh, the glass blowers are super neat. That is, yeah, that's like, that's cool. I forget the one of the channels that does glass is they have like 10 different cameras, and you can see so much detail in everything. They're very good about like putting the camera in the right spot and switching things and like making it they switch the camera very frequently, and it's really kind of fun. It's fun being the artist that sometimes have visions and makes it happen. Doesn't always happen. Valid. Yeah, that's also the other thing that I consider. I mean, I have this similar feeling sometimes with cooking, where, you know, if you make like art, if you make the art the whole focus of the thing, it's, you know, occasionally when you're like, well, I don't want to art today, but I do want to stream. What do you do, right? There's definitely that kind of challenge. It translates to making recipes. It definitely does. I think, you know, any type of sort of creative aspect of, you know, you're starting with one thing or nothing, and then you have something at the end. I think I like all of those things. It's why I started, you know, not why I started watching the cooking streaming, but cooking was the intro to Twitch, but then I like realized how much else was out there, you know? And I know I'm talking to folks who are very familiar with all of this. Is he okay, Gwen? Are you like just wiping?
He's getting a butt bath.
Okay. Is he going back upstairs to eat, or can we
No.
take a look?
His food is here. I'm waiting for it to heat up.
Okay. Would y'all like to see Clifford while he's waiting for food? This is a foster cat. This is a foster cat. He's just gotten his butt scrubbed, so he's not in the best of spirits right now, but he's getting there.
Okay.
Here he is. We're zooming in. There's Clifford. He's a tiny little tuxedo cat. Yeah, Woma, I love Liz's channel. Is so great. I appreciate the energy on her channel. It feels like she's so what's the word that I'm searching for? Like so calm, but not like sleepy calm.
Ow, bitch.
I did get to meet her at TwitchCon. I did. I met her at TwitchCon. I went to a panel she was on, and we got a little picture together. It might be in the Discord. Uncommon, welcome in. Hello. All right, we are ready. We are ready. Oh no, we're not. I have to make the white sauce. I didn't do that yet. But that's just stuff going in a blender. Oh my god. Oh my god, he's got a bottle. Look at this fucking cat just eating.
Kinda.
Hold on.
Can I?
Can you what?
I don't know. Put him down. I just need to test the temperature of this.
Here, give.
Ow, bitch.
Meow, bitch.
No, that's not too hot.
Uncommon, it's kind of like Alfredo. It's roasted garlic with heavy cream, and it gets blended and then like emulsified. All right.
Ow.
He's very sharp.
Ow.
Okay, maybe you need to sit down. Do you think he's going to do it? Okay.
We don't usually do it standing up, so.
No, that's what I'm saying. Maybe you just need to go sit down, because I don't want...
I know.
Okay. We had the whole conversation about how I don't want cats on the counter while there's all this food out here.
He doesn't count.
He does count. He's the cat whose butt you literally wiped shit off of
Right, so it's
moments ago.
Totally clean.
Yes. And He's still a cat. Okay, he's happily eating over at the table. We're gonna make a white sauce now. White sauce is going in the blender. We're making a white sauce from a recipe. And plug this in. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Who was it that mentioned? Someone just mentioned Valencia glass. I saw it, but then I didn't see who. I like saw the Valencia glass comment in here. Midi Moonstorm. Yes. Also hi. I think that's who I was talking about, right? That might be who I was thinking when I was talking about the glass blowing. Because I definitely follow their channel too. Okay. Sauces: roasted or fresh garlic cream, 1 or 2 heads of garlic, 1 to 2 tablespoons extra virgin olive oil, 2 cups of heavy cream, and fine sea salt. Okay, so easy. Cut off any hard parts, combine them with the heavy cream in a blender or food processor until slightly emulsified, season to taste with salt. Easy. So we're going to do olive oil, which is back here. So 1 to 2 tablespoons. I'm going to do 2 because that's better. 1, 2. And then I'm going to add 2 cups of heavy cream. I think this is 12 ounces. So 12 ounces, I need 1 of these plus 1 of these plus a little of this one, right? Yeah. 1 cup is 8 ounces. Okay, I need to shake this just a little bit. You know, actually might not. I'm just going to use 1 of these and see how that goes. So I don't want to open a second one because I'm not going to use all of this sauce anyway. So I think we're just going to go with the 1. And we'll blend this and just see how that goes. Because like I said, I don't want to do a ton. I don't want to have a ton of leftovers because I'm not going to make more pizza sauce, or I'm not going to make more pizzas out of this. I have to figure out something to do with the sauce after I make it. So anyway, this is garlic, roasted garlic. I didn't put any salt in here. Roasted garlic, heavy cream, olive oil, and then I'm gonna use the sea salt. I keep going back to the sea salt because it I got it, so I might as well use it. I'm just gonna start with a quarter teaspoon plus another little bit, and we're gonna blend this. This shouldn't take very long. It's a pretty solid blender, and I'm only blending garlic that's already soft. So this just needs. What I don't want this to do is turn into whipped cream, because that would not be great. So we're gonna blend this. Maybe a couple seconds, 5-10 seconds. 5, 6. Okay, that is enough. That was plenty. Because I don't know I don't think the sound was coming through, but there was a moment while I was blending it where it stopped sounding like liquid is going through the blades. And that is when it means it's getting solid and there's nothing falling onto the blades anymore. Yeah, this is definitely more solid than I wanted it to be, which is okay. I'm going to take and stir this and probably add a little bit of olive oil just to get that back to being slightly more liquidy. But this is a good consistency. currently. I'm glad that I stopped at the exact second that I did. It really didn't need to be any further than how much I had already blended it. Where did I put that oil? There it is. So I'm just going to stir a little bit of this in, maybe a teaspoon or so, just to like loosen it a touch. Okay, good. Whew. Almost ruined it. It goes from liquid to butter in like seconds in the blender. If you're doing it by hand, it takes a long time. Doing it the way I was just doing it, nah. But everything's blended. The garlic is good. I put it in there. What was that? 6 seconds. So I'm ready to make and shape some pizzas now. Shape and make some pizzas now. We are going to do that. Let's see. Yeah, we are going to do that. Here's next. I'm going to take a quick break. Before I take a quick break, I'm going to set up my counter for assembly. So we're going to like put the ingredients for each pizza that go together. Then we're going to put the pizza trays out. We're going to get the this area ready to like shape dough, because that's a very different process than what I've been doing. Let's review the cooking process here. So I know how to put it in the oven. 10 minutes, it says. So basically, you cook it for 4 minutes on bake. So whole oven bake. Then you change it to broil. And you just cook it from the top, because we have a pizza stone in there that is hot. The oven's been on since before I started stream today. So the oven is ripping hot. The pizza stone is completely preheated. It's ready to go. So 4 minutes, 4 and then 6. And then you put it on the cutting board, and then it's ready to go. And then you top it with olive oil or whatever herbs you're putting on there. I have some Parmesan that was left over. I'm actually going to get that out and use that. I'll put that next to the herbs. Okay. So let's get our counter set up and ready to go here. Set my timers up for 4. And then 6, and then 10. Okay. And let's do a little review. So we're going to do, like I said, 4. Oh, I need to get the pepperoni up, but that doesn't need any prep. That's just like, here it is. So. Pizzas. Timer's here. Timer's here. We have, let me move my keyboard up here, not on the bottom. Move the mouse. Toppings. We have 2 red sauces. We're going to start with the red sauce pizzas. We have a red and the mozzarella. So red sauce. Mozzarella. The mozzarella is going on all of the pizzas, so that's like just going to be the big primary one. This is also, I have another bag of this. I usually end up using 2 bags, so this is the first, but I don't need to be shy about it. I do need to cut the top off of here. In the moments that I was just looking away from it over here, Daisy has gotten into the compost bucket and has pulled out. What the hell did she pull out of here? I don't even know what that is. Oh, it was a piece of a rainbow bagel from Calvin's sandwich the other day. Let me wash my hands. Like, what the fuck is that? What are those weird, like, what are these colors that I'm looking at on this thing? Okay, that's fine. Yes, that's good. That's not an actual concern. All right, let's put the lid on the compost bucket though, because I'm finished generating compost. On to the other red pizza. We have this. We have red, mozzarella, and pepperoni. So pizza number 1 is this. Pizza number 2 with red sauce is the red sauce and mozzarella with the barbecue chicken and the caramelized onion, which is where? Here it is. Barbecue chicken, caramelized onion, and then thyme is going on top of that. Pizza number 3. This is with the white sauce. Actually, I want to put a little basil on top of this last one too. So I'm going to put my toppings. I'll put the basil here. Pizza number 3 with the white sauce is white sauce, mozzarella, mushrooms, and green garlic. So green garlic here, mushrooms are behind. There we go. Pizza number 4 is the white sauce with the sausage, corn, and ramps. And those are lined up over here. All of my dough balls are also over here. The parsley is going to go on top of one of these pizzas. Probably the one without the other green stuff on it. Perfect. All right. We are lined up with all of our pizzas ready to go. Mozzarella's here. Salt and pepper I don't need anymore. Everything's seasoned. I should not be needing that. The olive oil I will leave out on the counter in the never-ending quest to actually drizzle a little bit of this on top of each pizza. So I have olive oil and a little bit of Parmesan over here that are just kind of like sprinkling on top of whatever, each, all, or none, probably none. And pies are going to go here. I need some flour for the counter. I need two different things. I need a little bit of flour for my hands, and then I need some semolina flour to dust the pizza peel, so that I can get the pizza on and off of the peel easily. Regular flour for my hands is here. Semolina flour. This is semolina. This is semolina. Okay, good. I got some semolina flour. Now this just goes on the pizza peel. It's like a cornmeal type texture. And that sits on this thing, which gets dusted with flour and then put into the oven. So this is good. We need this. And then when they come out of the oven, so we shape the pizza, we put it on the peel. We put it in the oven. Correct. We take it out of the oven and put it on a tray. 1, 2, 3, 4. We put it on a tray, a pizza tray, of which I have 4. Actually, I have 6, but we only need 4. These I'm going to sit on the oven, on the stove, not the oven, right there, along with a pair of tongs so I can grab the edge of the crust and pull it onto the tray. So these are ready to go. And then let's take this camera, and we're going to set this camera in, not in front of the oven so that we can actually see the pizzas baking, because that is part of the fun. Jamie, hello. Welcome in. Happy Thursday. All right. 1 away from 220. Well, better luck next time. That's a joke. You'll get there the next time. I don't need to explain it. Good to see you. Okay, let's set this camera up. Hold on, just bear with me for a second. Good. And then I'm gonna want that to be looking down there, like that. Okay. There we go. And then the other thing that I want to do, which I should have done earlier, is take that rack out of the oven because we don't need the rack being in the middle there. Here's the part where you get to see my feet. Here's the part where I didn't forget, but I'm remembering now how absolutely raging hot this oven is when it's at 550 degrees. And also I need both hands to get this rack out of there. Where am I going to set the rack when it's out of the oven? That's a good question because it's going to be really hot right there. There we go. Cooking the singularity. Why not in the oven? That would be fun destruction. It would be fun destruction. I have absolutely melted a camera before. It'll probably happen again. Cooking the Singularity says, I do like a decent rack. We just bought some shelves for the crawl space in the basement to keep things off the floor, and I am really excited to put them together. I got to tell you. I'm pretty sure that's what you meant. We had a flood in the basement, and the whole basement flooded, and we got all these new racks for the space down there. It's going to be great. Stick it in the lowest position. Kathy says currently the pizza stone is on the lowest one. Yeah, the pizza stone is on the lowest one at the moment. Here's where we're at. Way up top. Well, I'm going to turn the broiler. I'm just taking it out because it's easier for me. If it's all the way up top, I don't have as much space to use the peel. And it'll just get red hot because I'm going to turn the broiler on. So I'm just taking it out because it's easier for me to do that. The pizza stone does have a forever home. The pizza stone lives in the oven. I don't ever take it out of the oven. Okay. So I am ready for pizzas. We have our dough here. The dough is looking good. Hopefully. Yeah, this dough is looking really nice. It is wet, and that's okay because I'm going to do this with floured hands. Let's take a look. Yeah, this is definitely a Avo, if you're still around. I want to tell you that the dough slid out of the container like it had never been in there in the first place. So it is, the oil was a good call. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. While we take a quick break, we're going to play a game of Words on Stream. I'm going to handle the dishes in the sink. So there's that. I'm going to just turn the main... I'm just going to leave the main camera on for Words on Stream because... actually, no. I'm going to do... Yeah, we'll just put Words on Stream real big in the middle of the screen. But if you're on Twitch, we're going to get a 3-minute ad during that time. If you don't really want to watch the ad, you have a couple options. You can leave. If you're leaving, please drop a follow if you're not currently following first. You could go over to YouTube. There's a link to that in chat. If you're on YouTube, you're not going to be getting any ads. And you could also subscribe. There's also that. That's a really good way to not get ads that helps support the stream. You can subscribe by clicking the subscribe button down below, or you can click the little crown that's on the screen, like right here underneath my hand digitally, not in real life. that will use your Prime sub. You can also click the subscribe button and check the box to use your Prime sub, which means if you have an Amazon Prime subscription, you can subscribe for free. Otherwise, we're going to get a 3-minute ad, and that's okay. It does happen. It does happen. Oh my God, caretaker. Yeah, we had flooding and we got racks for it. We got some boxes for it. It's going to be like, a satisfying but intense project. Kathy, your stone is so blackened that it just stays there, or you can't stay there. That's kind of funny, honestly. Okay, here's a screen that has words on stream on it. I am going to do the dishes at the sink. We're going to have 3 minutes worth of ads on Twitch coming up, but here comes a game of words on stream. I want to note that if you are new to the stream, follows are silent. You can hit the follow button and nothing happens. And if you do your first time chat during words on stream, it's a great time to get that out of the way, because I don't really, not going to really respond to chat while we're in our ad break. Okay, here comes a game of words on stream. Here comes a 3-minute ad on Twitch, and we'll be right back.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Hey, but I am just gonna I'm gonna clear the sink out as we do during the ad breaks. And now, I might have time to actually do some of these dishes in here, because there's not that many of them. I didn't really create a lot of dishes. Actually, no, I created a ton of dishes, but they're all currently on the counter with stuff in them. I really need to keep an eye on my counter right now, because there are cats about. And if I'm not vigilant, there will be a cat on that counter eating cheese. Like any moment now. So I'm keeping an eye on them. I'm not keeping an eye on the cat. I'm just keeping an eye on the countertop. The moment I lose vigilance. Ah. All right. Ow, fuck, the pan was really hot. Well, the water got hot, that's why. Surprise, surprise. Okay.
It's over!
All right, if you're on Twitch, welcome back. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate you. I know that we don't really love the ad breaks, but we do them because we have to, and Twitch requires that you have ads on your channel, and that is a thing that I can't get around. So we do the ad breaks so I can like triage the dishes in the sink. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Okay. but this looks good. All right, hold on. I think we got one more coming, right? Did this already kick into a new one? No, it didn't. No, it did. Okay, it did. It did, but we're almost there. We got one more word. We're so close with this one. I can feel it. I feel like we're going to do it. It's a 4-letter word that starts with C. Starts with C. Hey, we did it. Look at that board. Let's do one more. I'm gonna finish these like 4 dishes that I have actually in the sink, and that'll be awesome. I don't always get to do that. Cooking Singularity, I timed you out because I don't find that your judgment is appropriate in the moment. And I'm going to talk to you about that in just a second when we're back from playing words on stream. All right, almost finished these dishes. We got one moment left here. All right, I am also finished sinking. Beautiful. Beautiful. We did it. We did it. That was not a board, but that was a good effort, which I appreciate. Okay, where is words on stream? Hold on, I changed something in my browser. There it is. Okay, we found it. All right, we'll be back. Here we go. We figured it out. With a pencil and a pen, we figured it out. Okay, cool. Yes. Anyway, Cooking Singularity, I timed you out because you put a word in chat that was not one of the words that you could spell with the letters on screen that had literally no business being in chat. Why would you type that? Why would you put that word in chat? I get that it's okay in Australia, but like I live in Philadelphia. Like I don't know where you live, but like there's no need to put that word in chat. And maybe just have a little time out, read the room for a few minutes before coming in hot again. You're welcome to hang out. Obviously you're welcome to hang out. We're pretty flexible, but like maybe let's chill for a few minutes and just like see how things go. You know what I mean? And when we're playing words, just use the letters that are in the in the clues. Okay, Mike says, "How's the pizza going?" The pizza's going great. It's not going at all yet. We haven't started cooking anything, but we're about to. So we're about to do the pizza situation. Okay. Is there anything else I need to do? No. I don't think so. I need to put an apron on so I don't get flour all over my front. That's what I need to do. Because I will definitely get flour all over my front. Okay. You can't tell that I have an apron on because this is also black. So here's the process here. We're gonna take the dough and shape it. We're gonna do one pizza at a time. When I get that pizza in the oven, I'm gonna start the next one. I shouldn't have them on the pizza peel for too long because they will start to stick. I'm gonna add quite a bit of this semolina flour to the pizza peel today because the dough itself is pretty sticky. Oh God, that's too much. Okay, a lot is relative. There's a lot, and then there's how much I put on here, which is too much. This is gonna go in a separate little bowl, and that is going to be used again. Approximate hydration of the dough. I don't actually have a percentage for that. It was 500 grams of flour for 350 milliliters of water. I think was the actual volume. But I don't know the specific level. I'm not sure that's the amount of water. Yeah, 355 milliliters of water, 500 grams of flour. So whatever that translates to, there's also a tablespoon of olive oil in it. Is the approximate hydration. But what I did, so these are a little bit wetter feeling than they would be because I shaped them yesterday and put them in the containers yesterday. They are then rested overnight, and they're a little bit, I'm going to take my watch off for this too because I don't want my dough to stick to my watch. They're room temperature now, but they're a little sticky because they weren't out on the counter proofing today. They were out proofing yesterday. So I'm just going to get my hands nicely floured. So this is a pretty straightforward process here if your hands are dry enough. So we have this dough, and we're just letting this kind of fall. I'm going to put a little flour on this side of it too. Letting this fall over my knuckles. Now, the goal is to not let the edge, the goal is to maintain a crust on the edge. And so the goal is to kind of keep a little bit of a rim around here. And we're not doing anything fancy here. I'm just letting the dough, the gravity of the dough, do the work. and trying to maintain like a round shape. I'm using my knuckles to sort of pull at the edges just a little bit. And I'm trying not to let it fold over on itself. Because when it folds over on itself, that's where it will start to stick together. So this is really like the perfect size here. It's not quite perfectly round, but like it's fine. It doesn't need to be perfectly round. We're doing our first one with a little red sauce. So I'm just taking this and spooning it on. Not using too much of this. I have way more sauce here than I'm going to use for my pizza. Like, just so we're clear, like I'm not using anywhere close to all of this. I'm going to pack this up at the end of stream and freeze it. And then I'll use this for like focaccia. I'll use this for English muffin pizzas. I'll use that for lots of things. Okay. Cooking the Singularity, I'm going to time you out for another 10 minutes here, and you're making people uncomfortable. You are making people uncomfortable in this stream. I don't know if it's a cultural thing. I don't know if it's an attitude thing. I don't know if it's a me thing, but you're making people uncomfortable. And I don't really need a better reason than that to time you out. You're making me uncomfortable. When someone who you don't call people darling, like that's sexist. Like Liz is in the name, but you don't know anything about Liz. You don't know Liz at all. Anyway. You know what? Yeah. Cooking the Singularity's been someone who's followed the stream for a long time. They used to have a different name, and I'm trying to remember who it was. You know what, though? We're just gonna go ahead and ban you. Removed from the broadcast. Sorry, you're making me uncomfortable, and we're good. We're good here. Calvin, don't worry about it. Just get ready for karate. Yeah, I'm just a fucking the words that I don't like putting 4-letter words in chat and then using like sexist pejoratives. I'm just like, nah, I'm all set. All set. Thank you. We're good. We're good here. Read the room. Anyway, let's get this in the oven. We have mozzarella. We have a little bit of this mozzarella. Liz, we were talking about Waffle House the other day, and who was I talking about Waffle House with? Was it y'all? I don't remember. No, I was talking about Waffle House with a friend of mine. We were talking about Waffle House and how like you can't eat at Waffle House if you need to like do anything afterward. If you need to be like mobile and not like prone. All right, so this is the first pizza. This is like a real basic one. We are adding pepperoni. And then let's get this in the oven. Waffles or pancakes? I love waffles. I feel like if I had to pick one forever, I'd probably go pancakes though. Ash, no. Get down. Damn it. Daisy, move. We got animals. The animals are coming for me over here. All right. Let's get this into the oven. Here's the oven camera. Maybe. Beautiful. Okay. Let's get this in. So I'm going to open this. And here's what this looks like going in. So we kind of give this a little tap. Slide it off till it hits the back of the stone. And then keep it moving. And we close it up. And that is pizza number 1 in the oven. And we're going to start our timers. Timer 1 and timer 2 are going. And there we go. All right. Pizza number 1 is in the oven. I'd say should have. I could have wiped my oven door today and it would have been a better view for everyone, but I didn't. And so, and so here we are. Okay. Pizza number 1 is in the oven. Sorry, I'm just still a little like, I lost track of where I was in the thread, in like, I got, what's the word? I was anticipating that person saying like some more stupid shit in chat, and then they did. And I wasn't not prepared for that, but like, just, I don't know. I need to put a timeout thing on the screen that's like timeout for hour, for like 20 hours. Anyway. Liz, I haven't had a crepe in, I don't even remember. The last time I had a crepe, I was in France. French toast though, I'm gonna make some French toast this weekend. Tornarella says, if I'm making them myself, it's French toast, then crepes, then waffles, then pancakes. Oh my God. I'll eat any of those things if you make them for me. Would blintzes count as a crepe? Like we put them in the same family? Yes. Are they the same dough? Aspinator, welcome in. Hello. Good to see you. Hope you're well. French toast. Aspinator says French toast, then waffles, then pancakes. Man, I'm like alone on a pancake island, I think. I really am. I feel like I feel like I'm weird for liking the pancakes the best. Okay, but this has been in for just a few minutes now. Look at the bubbles starting to pop off on this thing. The side that's closest to us is like fucking amazing looking. The texture of waffles. Yeah, I agree. I definitely love the waffle for the versatility. Like, you don't make pancakes for dinner are like not as much of a thing as like waffles are. I do love a waffle. The crispiness, the creaminess. Yeah, you know what? But I mean, and as I'm saying that, I'm also thinking how like there's certain pancake methods that like you get the crispy, buttery sort of thing pieces on the outside. Potato pancakes. Yes. Ask me now, are potato pancakes the same thing? Are they the same thing? Are we talking about the same thing? God damn, that oven window is dirty. I really should have cleaned that. I'm annoyed at myself for not. Look at how filthy that is if you zoom out. Yikes. Anyway, let's not zoom out. Let's oh, hold on. I should change the white balance a little bit and make that a little bit brighter. No? Darker? Yeah. That right there. Okay, that I feel like that looks okay. If it looked better before, sorry. There we go. Okay, first timer is off. Let's set my second timer. We're going to turn the oven to broil now. So the broiling aspect like cooks the top of the pizza. So this is already getting some nice bubbles on it. The broiler is just going to make this like, to really like get this one ripping. We have 1 pie in, 3 to go. I am just going to make these one at a time, I think, because I don't want to get hung up where I have like 1 in the oven and then 1 on the tray that's ready and I can't put it in yet. Because these are pretty straightforward to assemble. And once you're assembled, you really want them to go in like pretty much right away. Okay. My next one is ready. Camille says, I get tired of pancakes fairly quickly. I enjoy adding cinnamon to the batter. You know, in all the time I've made pancakes, I've never added cinnamon. I've never added like spices to the batter. I just literally never have. I kind of am annoyed that I haven't. We are, let's see, hold on. Okay. Oh, what? That's a Mitch Hedberg joke. Mitch Hedberg has a joke about currently, he's not alive anymore, but when he had a joke about pancakes, and I wish I could remember what the setup was for it. Okay, on top of this pizza, I'm going to put some basil and a sprinkle of Parmesan. So when that pizza comes out of the oven, I'm going to sit it right here and put some topping on it, and maybe a little bit of olive oil if it doesn't look super greasy. It might be super greasy. We'll see. But we have roughly 3 minutes left on this one. That cheese is ripping in there. Like, that is really bubbling. Oh my word. That looks great. Basically, this is cooked. Like, the sauce on top of here is fully cooked at this point. What we're waiting for now is for the broiler to create all those brown spots on it. Yeah, God, it's hard to see, and I really wish I'd have cleaned the oven window. I totally blanked on doing that, and I'm a little annoyed about it, but that's okay. I'm only going to say it probably like 5 to 7 more times, at least 1 time per pizza. So 4 plus 3 is 7. So probably about 7 times. But it's looking really cooked, and we're getting the crust like blackened at this point. I have a really nice bubble all the way in the back that is coming together. The crust held up nicely. It's not too thick. It's holding all of the things in really well, which I'm happy with. Right here in the front, you can't, like, there's like a big bubble in the front, and then just to the left of that bubble, there's a small gap, and the crust is like just hanging on right there where the ingredients are about to spill out, but haven't quite done it yet, which is kind of fun. All right, but about 1.5 minutes left on this one. We got a big burnt bubble all the way in the back. I have pepperoni that is nice and burnt right next to it. The stuff in the center is very bubbly. So everything is just kind of cooking together. Liz, enjoy your work call. Enjoy your work call. When I'm finished with the red pizza, we can package the rest of the red sauce. And then, red sauce, we'll put the basil away. All right, We're almost there though. We got 50 seconds. The house must smell fantastic. It does. Currently, it smells a lot like pizza. The outer edge of this is fully browned at this point, and I have some nice like dark black spots on here, which is amazing. Which is amazing. Got about 30 seconds. So we're gonna take this out of the oven now. Oh, let me get a towel to hold this pan because once there's pizza on it, it's gonna be hot. It's not hot right now, but it will be very shortly. Okay, I'm gonna open the oven. First off, I'm gonna set the oven back to 550 before I even open it. Okay, oven's at 550. I'm gonna open this up. And this is definitely finished. That sauce is very liquidy. Okay. Close that back up so that that can start getting hot again. And then this is our pizza just out of the oven. I'm going to top that with a little bit of basil. So this is just going to wilt into this thing. I should have chiffonaded this basil. Oh, I should have chiffonaded the basil. Well, anyway, that sounded like a very twee thing to say. That's fine. I didn't, and it's okay. We are good here. So basil and a little bit of this Parmesan just to soak in here. And then I'm not going to put any oil on this. I know we talked about this already, but like if you, you can't really see too much of here, but this is like oily. Not bad, but it's definitely a bit of oil happening on here. So pizza number 1 finished. Let's get pizza number 2 on the agenda. I have to remember that this tray is hot, but yeah, this is gonna just settle for a little bit. So I have, I'm just gonna put that over on the counter there. I've got my pizza peel ready to go. I've got my dough ready to go. The basil is done. I'm finished with this one. So that was all I was using that basil for. So we're good on that. Next pizza thing is ready. Okay, so we are on to pizza number 2. This is going to be our barbecue chicken pizza. So our pepperoni is ready out of the oven. That needs to like rest for a little bit so that the cheese can kind of like reconstitute, because it's literally liquid right now. So that needs to sort of chill, literally. Okay, flour my hands again for this dough. And I'm actually gonna move my pizza peel over here for the now, because I don't want this flour to get on the peel too much if I can help it. So well-floured hands. Avo, if you are in chat, this is the time to take a look here, because I'm gonna show you. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this way. I'm gonna put this on the counter first and make the round on the counter. That oiled up container. Perfect. Easy. Easy. Okay. So counter is good. So we're gonna do it this way. I'm gonna make the round and sort of make the crust, get my crust established here before picking it up, because the one that I had just there, the crust is good, but there's a lot of it, and I don't want as much of the dough to the crust. I want the actual pizza itself to be a little thicker. So I'm gonna flour my hands, and then let's do a different view this time. Whoa, there we go. So this is the dough as it is being shaped. So I'm kind of letting the dough, letting gravity do its thing here. I'm keeping my knuckles pretty close to the edge and just letting the dough fall. I'm working my way around the outside. I'm trying not to touch in the middle really at all, because it will quickly rip. I don't really want that. Tatsu, hello. Happy afternoon to you too. And now I'm going to move our pizza peel over and get this on the peel. Perfect. And you can see there's a ton of like little bubbles already on here, which is amazing. Okay, so red sauce. Gwen just came downstairs and said, it is hot as fuck in here. Right. Well, the oven is as hot as it can get, because that's how pizza works. If I could turn this oven to 900 degrees, I would. But I can't. I could cook the pizza on cleaning mode, but then the door locks. Okay. So not that much sauce, just enough to be there. No pizza dish. Dish? You mean like a I have a tray. I actually didn't think to I've never baked it on the actual aluminum tray itself. I've always just baked it right on the peel. Can you bake them on the aluminum tray? I'm assuming you can. I've always just used it for putting the pizza on afterward, because I bake it on the stone. So anyone ever had a grilled pizza? Like a like on Velas? Obviously you have the Vortex going for the grill. Like a grilled pizza as in like from a restaurant type of grilled pizza? There's a place in Rhode Island that does grilled pizza. I think I might have pointed it out on stream. I don't remember if I pointed it out or not. It's called Caserta's. There's also another place in Rhode Island that does grilled pizza called Bob and Timmy's Grilled Pizza, which is very good. Is anybody watching Real Housewives of Rhode Island? No? Okay. Well, we'll move along from that conversation then. Grilled onions, or onions are good. Okay. I just rinsed my hands off because my hands were covered in oil. Oh, it says I shy away from shows that have the words real in them. That's valid. I can understand that. I have associations, both personal and professional, with Rhode Island. And so I've been sort of passively interested in the show. I'm not caught up with it. Gwen goes over our friend's house on Sunday night to watch it. We're not a Real Housewives household here, but like the allure of the Rhode Island housewife franchise is fascinating, or is like a for real thing for me anyway. Okay, that's plenty of cheese. Or not cheese. That's plenty of chicken. I don't want to get too inundated with toppings here, and I actually want to move the big stuff away from the center. If you put too much in the center, it collapses and then doesn't work very well. But I'm going to add a little bit of more barbecue sauce to this, just like a couple like bits. If I was doing it better, I would make like a nice swirl. But I am not. So now we have our shredded mozzarella. This just fills in, like I said, it kind of fills in the gaps between things. So this is a pretty hefty pizza here. I left some space around the edge. I'm just going to kind of spread this out with my fingers into that space. I didn't intentionally leave space, but I was like trying not to get it on the crust. So this is good. We are ready to toss this one in the oven. You really only want the pizza to be sitting on the dough to be sitting on the pizza peel like this for just a few minutes at most. All right, come on over to the oven. We're going to open this up and toss this in. Oven is at 550. So let's take this camera and position it there. Oven is ripping hot. So we're going to tap this so it kind of loosens up a little bit. And we're going to shake, 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 and just let it slide off naturally. Just like now, we're going to close the oven up. And this one, pizza number 2, is in. And we are cooking. Let's start my timers. All right. Looks dank. Hell yeah. It does. It does indeed look as described dank. Okay, we're going to pack up a few of the things that I don't need anymore. So the barbecue sauce is done with. The red sauce I'm finished with, so I can just put that in a container. I'm going to put that in 2 containers, actually. Maybe a quart, pint and a half pint. That way I can use this later. DJ Harley, welcome in. Hello. We're making pizza today. It's looking good. Aspinator, you're having roasted chicken with potato wedges and pickles. I kind of love the pickle aspect of that. I love the potato wedge aspect too. And the roast chicken. Well, to be fair, that sounds like a really lovely meal. To be fair. To be unfair, I don't have any. That feels unfair to me. I made roast chicken last night, and that's what I'm using for the barbecue pizza. I love me a whole roasted chicken. It's my favorite format for chicken is whole roasted, because that is, you can like use it for a bunch of other stuff afterward, which is great. Tatsu says, have I ever tried making one with burrata? I haven't. It's a tomato sauce base, chopped tomatoes, oven cooked 3/4 of the way through, adding arugula, cook a bit more, remove from the oven, add burrata, and back in the oven. I do love a burrata. I've never used it on pizza though. That sounds good though. I love a burrata with like tomato, just raw tomato. Olive oil, salt. Oh, the crust on this looks fucking great. I'm super happy with the way that this is puffing. It's puffing very evenly, and it's not super thick. Like the first one, the crust is like, proportionally, the crust is too big for me. This one looks to be a little better ratio, but we'll see how it goes ultimately. All right, I'm packing things up as that pizza cooks. I have sauce. I'm just gonna put this in the fridge for now because I'm probably gonna have some leftover mozzarella. We have a couple English muffins in here still. Not that I'm gonna like make English muffin pizza when we have leftover pizza from this meal, but you never know. Okay, that is good. I have a few caramelized onions, just like a small number. Put those in a little container. These are the types of things that just get tossed into other things, like later. The use it up meals of eggs plus whatever's in the refrigerator kind of things. We always have a lot of those going on. Okay, let me get a drink here. I'm gonna get myself a hop water, a hoppy refresher. All right, timer is going off, which means we need to turn the broiler on. These are now, this right now is getting heated from all over. Now the broiler, we're turning the broiler on and it's just gonna cook from above. So this is a, we're gonna start to see melting, lots more melting. We're gonna start to see lots more bubbling, and we're gonna start to see the crust get quite brown. This is where we get those big burnt bubbles all around the crust that are so satisfying. Yeah, things are looking good. The crust is puffed. Like I said, the ratio is there's still a little too much crust for my personal liking, but I'm not going to complain about it because literally no one would care. It's not, because I'd be complaining about something that is stupid to complain about. Oh, the crust of my pizza is a little too big for my taste. Like, shut up. You have pizza that you made yourself. All right, packing the chicken too, the barbecue chicken. So I didn't use all of these, but I have so little left of all these ingredients that it's actually, I feel pretty good about the amount of like leftovers. So that's a good thing. All right. Daisy is banging her nose at the door. She needs to go out. So I'm going to let her out real quick. This has 4 minutes left on it. So I'm just going to let her out while she's, I'm going to let her out while we're waiting for that pizza to cook. All right, go. Go. And she's off. Down the steps she goes at a slower pace than most of the rest of her life. Onto the patio to sniff around. She might be eating grass. She might be walking around in circles. She's definitely peeing. Perfect. The play-by-play of the dog going outside. I didn't bring my phone. I didn't bring the chat phone with me, so I can't see anything. Anyway, I think that's all she wanted. Okay, good. Come on. Both Elsie and Ash are down here. The window is slightly cracked, and both Elsie and Ash are downstairs with their little fluffy heads in the window. Like, it's only cracked, and they have their heads like in the very narrow crack of the window looking out. It's super cute. Okay, we got 2.5 minutes left. This is looking great. It's looking all right. Let me put my human eyes on it. It looks like it does on the screen. You know what's funny? The oven itself has like a yellow light in it. So it really does look that yellow, like even in real life. If I change the white balance to like something more blue, it's like that is almost approaching like what that pizza actually looks like. And like that's kind of what it looks like in real life. So I have it like that because this is sort of how I see it. Anyway. Yeah, there we go. It's looking delish. We're halfway there. Or about almost halfway there. This is why I wanted to make sure I got the pizzas in. Started to put the pizzas in by 6 p.m. because, you know, they do take 10 minutes to bake. And I'm making 4 of them, which is 40 minutes. And I can't put 2 of them in the oven. So we'd have to do them one at a time. So it is a matter of, we are constrained by oven space and not by the desire to have more pizza. But that's looking right. Crust is looking good in the back. It's looking pretty good in the front. I might want to pull this one a little earlier than the others, than the first one. But I got 50 seconds left. So this is actually quite nice. DJ Harley says, almost looks like a stuffed crust pizza. It kind of does. It's because the crust, this is like, the crust is homemade and I tossed it, like I shaped it by hand. So there is a, there's a sort of like, I can't get it all the way as thin as I really would like it to be, but it's like almost there. I think by the 4th pizza, I might have it right. Because there's definitely a specific like way to get it exactly the way you want. Okay, when this one comes out, we're gonna put it on the counter. I'm gonna put thyme and Parmesan on this one. All right, timer is done. That is 10 minutes. Let's take this and put this on a tray. Oh, hold on, towel on the tray. There we go. That is, the tray itself is not that hot, so we gotta close that back up and come on over here. We're gonna top this pizza before it gets, before it cools down too much, as if this would cool down all that quick. But we're putting some fresh thyme on here. I'm just going to kind of sprinkle that from pretty high up so that it spreads out evenly. And a little more Parmesan. Now, again, I might put a sprinkle of olive oil on here, but I don't want to put too much because this cheese is, there we go. All right, here we go. Pizza. Fuck, that tray is so hot already just from the radiant heat from this thing. This is pizza number 2. Look at that crust. That is super. That little bubble, just pluck that right off there. Pluck that shit right off. All right, but I'm putting these next to my other one. This one is, my first one is cooled off enough that I can touch the bottom of the tray, which is good. Once I'm finished with these, they're all just going to go, I'm going to turn the oven off, obviously, and they're all going to go back in the oven. Not right away, because then everything will just melt again, but they will go back in. Gwen and Calvin just left to go to karate, and so I'll pop these back in the oven on warm, just like 170 degrees, which is the lowest my oven goes. I'll pop those back in right around 7 p.m. When they're starting to walk home again. So that's the move. Okay, so we're on to pizza number 3. So I didn't mention this yet today, but I have a whole video on YouTube talking about the pizza process, shaping it specifically, how to shape pizza, like how to make it like into the shape that you want it to be. There's a link to the YouTube channel in chat, and I would personally appreciate it if you would go subscribe to that YouTube channel, because that'd be awesome and it helps the algorithm. The algorithm loves it when you subscribe. Okay, let's get my pizza peel ready. So I'm just adding a little bit of semolina flour to this so that it slides off. There we go. So that's ready to receive a dough. My next pizza is a white pizza. It has garlic sauce with mozzarella, green garlic. Jamie, I'll show you what green garlic is while this next pizza bakes. If I don't start doing that, I want you to remind me. That would be great, because I'll show you a green garlic whole WHOLE, before this comes out of the oven, because my current green garlic is chopped. So I got flour. I'm flouring this dough. I floured one side. I'm going to flour the other side. So we're going to create an edge here. So we're starting to create the crust right now with these pizza doughs. And if you go to YouTube, you can see and hear me say all of this in a more succinct format. You never want to touch the edge of the dough. Like, you literally never want to touch around the edge. You can see here, there's like a little divot, like an indent here. That is your crust. So when you're shaping it, you want to keep your knuckles towards the edge, and you're kind of pulling things so that you're getting this like nice dough, and you're letting it stretch. Daisy, she can't hear me, but she is going off on one of the cats right now, and they don't give a shit about her. And she is just like disturbed by Elsie. Stop it. Stop chasing the cats. Stop. Let the cat be. She's trying to eat. Daisy, she can't help herself. The cat's trying to get to their food, and she's guarding their food. She can't. She's just she's so annoying sometimes. Elsie's trying to go eat, and Daisy's guarding Elsie's food. If you can hear that like whining in the backgrounds, that's Daisy. That's Daisy guarding. Yeah, she was once the queen of the household, which is actually, Velos, to be fair, that is not true. She was never the queen. We had a cat who was definitely the leading lady in the house. Daisy's just, the kitchen has sort of been her territory. So to your point, yes, she has been the one who with sole domain in the kitchen. And I think that she's upset that the cats have their bowls in the kitchen, but like, it makes it easier because we wash them. and this is happens to be where the sink is. So this is a white sauce. This is whole milk and roasted garlic, olive oil, and salt. That's literally all that's in here. This pizza is going to get some green garlic and mushrooms. So we're going to put the cheese and then the toppings. Okay, cheese and then the toppings. Jamie says my dogs would be eating the cat's food. The cat food is on the counter. The cat food is like on the counter, but it's like all the way in the corner over there. There's like a cat food area now. We have the counter sort of extends past the sink. So Daisy, and now this is where I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, you're an old dog. Daisy can't get up on the counter anymore. So in a 2 years ago, we could not have had the cat food on the counter. Daisy would have gotten to it. She's not that ambulatory anymore. She can't like get up there. She can't stand on her back legs and put her front paws on the counter and like reach with her paws anymore, which is sad. And great, because that means that the cats can like have their food on the counter, where she can't eat it either. Kathy, enjoy the rest of your evening. I hope you have a lovely one. Kathy's having roasted peppers, burrata, and prosciutto tonight. Hell yeah. All right. Sounds like a tuna sauce. It's just a basic, like, I roasted the garlic, but you could make it without roasting the garlic. You could roast it just, you could make it with like regular fresh garlic. And that would also be fine. Next time I make this, I should put a note in the cookbook here, about this, because the next time I make this, I would blend the garlic first before blending the heavy cream into it, because then I could like really liquefy the garlic. So a thought for later. We have put a little bit of parsley and a little bit of thyme on this before cooking, just like a sprinkle. Aspinator says toum is a creamy, fluffy Middle Eastern garlic sauce made from garlic, oil, usually vegetable olive, lemon juice, and salt. I feel like I've had this before, but I could not. I did not bring that to mind. The name is very familiar. And the shredded mozzarella. I'm not using all of this shredded. I'm not going to use 2 bags of the shredded mozzarella. I am going to try to use up the rest of this bag. And I've got just enough of the other mozzarella in my big bowl to finish this one out. Finish the 4 pizzas out. This one meaning this meal. Okay, this is mushrooms, green garlic, and herbs. Okay, and I've got just enough in here for the rest. I'm going to take my hand and just spread the topping out toward the edge here. This one I feel like might spill over onto the pizza peel. Like it might get liquidy enough and the crust might not puff quickly enough that it might spill out, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Okay, this is about to go in. Belly's have a place that sells it in the deli. It sounds like it would be easy to make just from like the description of what's in it. Jamie, a rabbit on the other side of the chain link fence. Good Lord. Hours of entertainment. And certainly hours of entertainment on that one. Okay, we're going to pull this camera back and we have our pizza stone. I'm going to
tap, start to slide. I'm just kind of shaking that one as it goes. Some of the ingredients fell off, and that's okay. I've also got a big, hold on. There we go. Okay. Got a big kind of portion in the front that where the ingredients sort of slipped a little bit. This timer is going. Okay. 4 minutes. 4 minutes at full oven bake, and then 6 minutes at a broil, and we are good to go. Okay, Jamie, I said I was going to show you the green garlic, so let me do that in a moment here. Yeah, Bellows, the peeling the garlic, I don't want to peel 40 cloves of garlic. Good Lord. If you own the sus garlic to peeler thing. I mean, there is a trick to peeling garlic like that. One of the ways that you can do it is grab 2 sheet pans and put it between 2 sheet pans and shake the shit out of the sheet pans. I've heard that works. Okay. Semolina can go back in the cabinet because I have just a little bit left over from here. Herbs are good. We're using everything else that's on the counter. Okay. So the only thing I can put away is a semolina, which is great. I'm glad I can put that away. Okay, green garlic. Let me show you what green garlic looks like. This is green garlic. You will not really be able to see a difference between this and an onion, like a spring onion, right? This has a very similar appearance. It has a bulb on the end that is quite a lot like a green onion. It has, on the bottom of this though, this is garlic. This is like a very new garlic. And this has just been pulled way before it was ripe, or way before it turned into a big bulb of garlic. So green garlic, so like garlic scapes, not quite. Garlic scapes are a little later in the season. This you use just like a green onion, like you cut the bottom, slice the bottom into rounds. Depending on the size of the bulb, you can slice it into rounds, or you can kind of dice it up a little bit. Garlic scapes are a little bit later. It's like the flowering shoots off the top. These are just the initial leaves that come up that are like, hello, it's sunny and we need nutrients now. The garlic scapes are a little heartier and thicker, and they come in sort of later in the season. So slightly different. Green garlic is definitely one of those like early spring things. Green garlic and ramps, and they're like basically the same time of the season. Okay, let me give this a little scrape here. My counter is floured. I'm gonna sit a pizza on it. Daisy, you gotta move. No, you got to move. You are bugging the shit out of the cats. You've got to get out. No. You're not going that way. You're not trying to get around the island to go the other direction. Just go. You gotta get out. The cats are trying to eat. You are being a menace. Please leave them alone. Thank you. This fucking dog. Oh my God. She's like, but they're not allowed to eat. I have to whine. I must whine at them. This old dog is just like, she doesn't even know. She has no idea some days. Neither do I, frankly. And that's okay. Good. Well, we have a pizza in the oven. We have 5 minutes left on this one. It's coming along nicely. It looks good. It looks better in this small version than it does real big when you can see how dirty the fucking door is. Mention of the door. Fair. What is happening? There's big sounds out front. Why are there big sounds? Oh, the kids are on the street playing. Okay. There's a our neighbors are out playing on the street. Daisy is misunderstood. Daisy is Miss something. She's Miss Fussy right now. She's just protesting because all the cats are now trying to eat, and that's abhorrent to her. She can't have that. And she can't get to them when they're on the counter either. So she's annoyed that they're there and eating, and she's upset that they're inaccessible to her. She can't chase them when they're on the counter, which is why they love walking across this counter. They jump from the steps to the table to this counter to that counter, and they never have to touch the floor. And she loses her shit over that fact. So that's fun. Lil Mac, thank you for your resub. Thank you for your tier 3 resub. That is awesome and amazing and lovely, and I appreciate you for that. I hope that you enjoy this month's cookies. I don't know what they're going to be, but we're going to bake them on stream next Thursday and send them out on Friday. So, if you're a tier 3 sub, you get cookies every month. You just get them. I send them to you until you tell me to stop. If you don't want them, I mean, that's fine too. But I just send them out. That's what a tier. That's whenever anyone's like, can I just pay you for the cookies? Yeah, every month you can. Or just once. You can subscribe at tier 3 and I'll send them to you that month, and then just drop your sub and I'll cry about it. Snickerdoodles. I have no idea what I'm making. I've never made snickerdoodles for Cookie Club, so that could be an option. I'm most likely making something out of this cookbook, which is the one that we've made the last 2 months out of. But I have so many more cookies I want to make out of here. So Sophov hit that command before I even showed the book. You knew where this was going, didn't you? There's so many cookies I want to make out of here. The faux cookies, the spicy ginger chai cookies look amazing. The miso pistachio pudding cookies. Come on. Look at this thing. Seriously. Like, this is probably going to be this month, the miso pistachio, because I wanted to make them the past 2 months. Onoishi cookies, Black Forest cookies, I think was the other one. Yeah, Black Forest cookies. This cookbook is great, and I'm in it. I'm committed to making a bunch of cookies for Cookie Club from this because I really love all the stuff in here. I also appreciate Kat as a recipe developer and a content creator, sort of unapologetically putting a cookbook out into the world that is unique and specific to kind of who she is. And I love stuff like that. Yeah, the ginger chai sounds good. I went through, Jamie, and looked at all of the, because when I get a new cookbook, I read it like a book, like literally like a cover to cover. I read the text, I read the blurbs, I read the recipes. And I went through that one and found all the recipes that would work like really well for Cookie Club that I think would also package really well, which is important. So we've done a bunch. We've done two Cookie Clubs from there, and we're going to do another coming up. We have a fourth pizza to make after this. About 20 seconds left on this one. I realize too that I should put these pizzas on a wire rack so that the bottoms don't get too soggy. I just felt the bottom of one of them and I'm like, it's a little soggier than I want. Oh my God, this dog, I'm at the end. I'm at the end, Daisy. You are testing me right now. You are testing me, girly. Now she's over here sniffing around on the counter like she's going to get some pizza out of the deal. And like, girl, get out. Get out. Oh, I was like, where's my fourth pan? It's right there. You're okay. I'm about to ban you from the room. Not you, her. I tried to kick her out of the room a second ago and she's back and still whining. And I'm literally about to lose it. Like I'm about to lose my shit because she is not going to stop. And she's now like trying to chase the cats out of the room again. And like, I'm fucking over it. I'm over it. Okay, we are going to top this John with a little bit more fresh parsley. The rest of the time. And a little bit of Parmesan. Oh my God, Kathy. Jamie, I wish I had a walk-through gate. I can't, the way that our kitchen is set up, I literally can't put a gate on the door to it. And if I could, there would have been one there when we moved into the house. There definitely would have it would have existed from the day we moved in. Actually, you know what? We did have a gate there. We had a gate there when Calvin was a kid, was very young, and needed to not fall down the steps. It was important for him to not fall down the steps. Like, it's still important for that to not happen, but like, it was real important for that to not happen when he was, 2 years old. Anyway, I would love to have a gate there still. The gate that we had broke, and it is now not available. And we never got a new one. Yeah, the pizza looks good. I'm very, very happy with this one. We're taking it off the tray. I'm gonna put it right on the wire rack this time because I do want the bottom of it to stay crispy. And when it's on the pan, it gets, it does not stay crispy. It gets soft because it steams under its own. It steams underneath of itself. I'm moving things around now so I can get these racks, so I can get 4 wire racks out on the counter because I can only fit 1 pizza per rack. Okay. Girly Pop, you got to get out of the kitchen. Nope, you got to get out. We're going to put a chair. No, you got to get out. I'm kicking you out. I'm kicking you out. You're being a dick to the cats. You're begging for pizza crust. Stay out. Thank you. Okay. Now she's going to lay right outside of the... I put the stool in the doorway, and now she's going to lay there and whine instead. Oh, my word. Some days, man. Some days, man. Some daisy, man. All right, bumping this oven back up to 550 for the last time. We have 1 pizza left to go. When that pizza's in the oven, we're going to clean this counter. Like, we're going to clean up. That's the goal. So let's get this in and ready. Get my pizza peel ready. Okay, this is good. these toppings are good. I can just put these on the wire rack because there's no pizza to put on there yet. All right, we are ready to go. All right, this is the last pizza that we're shaping. This is another fire alarm sort of went off just there. It like beeped twice. Okay, that was weird. I don't know what that was, but hopefully it doesn't. Hopefully it doesn't continue. I think that it went off. It might have gone off because. Okay, we'll be right back. 1 second. Okay. All right, we got to turn the fans on up here. Open a window, turn the fans on. The cats are proper freaked out. Daisy's stuck in the stool trying to get into the fucking kitchen. Stop it! God damn it! These stupid alarms. Hold on.
I made you some content.
And it don't matter. None of this matters.
Say something, anything. Test 1, 2, 3.
Okay. I muted the mic when I went
that.
upstairs. That's what that was. Okay. Yes, Avo, the oil worked very well. The oil worked very well. The alarms are going off because the stuff that's on the bottom, this, all of and they're going off intermittently. Hold on. I'm going to let me open a window here. Okay, let me open a window in the kitchen. That would be the good idea.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I have no freaking
right
idea what I'm doing.
Opening a window in the kitchen is the right idea. Okay. Oh my god. They're not okay. I'm going in a second. I'm gonna take a fucking hammer and knock those off. Hold on. We'll be right back. Let me get a bowl together here for me as well before I destroy my palate with ketchup on my mac and cheese.
It's good.
Calvin said it's good. All right, we got a fan. Look what you've done. Look what you've done.
What?
Yeah, you.
Me?
You. No, you. Jen. Look what you've done. This is now going to be a thing. this is now going to be a thing.
Mom's not gonna want it.
I want you to know that this is now going to be a thing that Gwen is going to be like, gross, what is wrong with you? And I'm going to have to hear about it. What kind of muffins are they? These, oh, hold on. Oh, too hot. I forgot something. All right, hold on, stop. I forgot that these are supposed to have cinnamon and sugar on top. Lady Wafer, logging off for some sleep. Thank you for hosting us. Thank you for coming through. Safe camping to you. Thank you guys. But I bet you if we put this in this little pot of water right here, like that, of cold water, and we stir it, that it'll cool down a lot faster. Science. Like, oh, fuck. Okay. That moment of like, when you realize. Here's the rocky piece at the top, looking out over the city. Okay. Problem solved. Smoke alarms keep going off. Take them off the ceiling. And then there's no more problems, right? This is how we solve our problems. Okay. I also discovered that Calvin did not eat that carrot that he took. It was just up there. And Daisy, in fact, found it in the moments between here, and is now gonna was gleefully eating it while I was trying to deal with the smoke alarms. So, okay, don't forget to put them back up. I won't because I left them on the counter. Yeah, so, let's wash my hands. That was frustrating in like 16 different ways. Such fun. I know, right? Oh my God. Okay, but see, you know what I'm of all of what just happened, you know what I'm most annoyed about? That the smoke alarm in the kitchen did not go off. Was not going off. Because that smoke alarm is better. It's like literally a better quality smoke alarm. And that one was just like, this is fine. And the ones upstairs that are like crappy were like, emergency, we're dying. So I don't know. Okay. Let's make this last dough. Angry Roach, hello. If you chatted while I was in distress moments ago, and I did not recognize you and say hello, I want you to say hi again, because we were in the middle of dealing with a self own, as it were. I'm aware of what happened. Is that the all of the stuff that I put on the pizza peel to keep it from sticking is sitting on the pizza stone in the oven, burning. And when I open the oven, all the smoke comes out from it. So that has happened. I think that happened during another pizza stream, if I'm not mistaken. And it's a thing. Like, it definitely is a thing that is like, well, that sucks. So now we know, at least we know, right? Is it a requirement in PA to have a fire alarm in every room of the house? I don't know if it is, if you own the home. I know it is in any rental unit. Yeah, in any rental unit, it's a requirement, but I don't know. I think if you own the home, you can just kind of do whatever you want. But I'm not, I say that without a lot of confidence. You'd almost think the house was on fire. I know, it's just like, it's smoke. We have, so in Philadelphia, let me explain a little bit about Philadelphia homes and properties, because there's most of the houses in Philadelphia are exactly the same. They are 2, 3, and some of them are like 4 floors high. So they're tall. And they're row homes. They're like a rectangle, just vertical, right? And they have, you know, steps, obviously steps, going kind of, the steps are in the same spot. In our house, the steps are in the middle. They're not like along one of the walls. They're like literally in the middle, and they form like a column, like almost like a chimney. And what happens is when there's smoke, it goes straight up the steps to the top. And that's usually why the smoke detector on the upper floor above here goes off first. Because the smoke just funnels directly up the steps. But the row homes are like tall. So if you have a very vertical house, that it all just kind of like goes up. It's like it's a literal like chimney. So that's always fun. So this is our last pizza. We have, again, our white sausage, turkey sausage. Quite a bit of it too. I like a big volume of toppings. We also have corn. So this corn is just like frozen corn. It's not anything super special. Frozen corn from Wegmans. The best. Only the best. And then we have ramps. These are the sort of the spring specialty. So these are going to go on here. So I sauteed these a little bit. They're like par cooked. So they're a little softer than if they were raw. And these are kind of like leeks. They're like onions almost. Okay. So that is in. The Dorkle says, smoke detectors need to be replaced every 10 years because of radioactive decay. It's 10 years from when they're made. That's just, I guess that's why you have to have a manufacturing date. Liz says the people I rent the house from had to install fire alarms in every room when they refinanced it. Okay. They might also. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's a rule in Pennsylvania. I don't. We have a smoke alarm in every room in this house. And because I want there to be. If there wasn't a smoke alarm in every room, I would want one. I would want there to be one in every room. I've had a single experience in my life where a smoke alarm literally saved my life, and after that, I'm sold. I'm like, nah, this is like, that shit's gotta work. So you better believe I'm putting those back up like tonight. Like it's not an option to leave those not installed. Certainly not. We can't do that. Okay, a little bit of Parmesan on this beforehand. And this is ready to go. All right, so don't start putting things away. Put the pizza in the oven. That's what you need to do. Let's come on over to the oven. And here's what happens. So see all this down there on the bottom? That is literal smoke. So I got smoke coming out of here like the moment I open the oven. That's what's happening. That's why it's going off. All right. Last one in. Last one in. Beautiful. Start my timer. Start my 4-minute timer for the broiler. Caretaker, thank you. I hope you have a lovely rest of your day and a lovely weekend ahead. Thanks for hanging out today. So scrape all of it off after the stone cools down. Yes, exactly. And there's just a lot of it on there. Like if I was a little, I put a lot of the semolina on the stone because I really just don't want the pizza to stick. Like I don't particularly care if there's some of it that's in there in the oven like burning, but at the same time, that's why the smoke alarm is going off, because there's a lot of literal burning flour in the oven, and it's not as bad when the oven's closed because, you know, it's not getting as much air on it. But as soon as you open it and the oven, like all that airflow comes in, it like instantly like plumes up like wild, you know? Air feeds a fire. Green Perch, welcome in. Friend of the stream, fellow food and drink streamer, fellow food and drink streamer. Friends who are hanging out here, as I mentioned, Green Perch is a friend of the stream, is a fellow food person here on the internet. Green Perch, are you in the Discord for the Food and Drink Creator Club? If you're not, you should. I don't want to tell you what to do, but you'd be welcome to join. It is a club for folks who, an officially sanctioned club for folks who stream food on Twitch. Officially sanctioned meaning Twitch sponsors it or has representation. Anyway, Twitch has folks who help us out in that club. Akio, welcome. Hello. Friends who just joined us, it's nice to have you. Y'all are coming in at a good time because we're about to see the culmination of today's cooking projects, which is amazing. I said that I wanted to be finished stream. I wanted to be finished cooking pizza today at 7 p.m. Eastern. That's Eastern my time where I am, and we are. It's nice to have y'all. My name's Lou. This is in fact a cooking stream. Cooking is what we do here. This isn't a one-off. This is an every-off. That's not the way to say that. But I do food and drink. We do recipe development. We do meal prep. We do weeknight family dinners. We do a lot of different cooking projects. Lots of kitchen-related activities. We also do some IRL streams. It's a lurker-friendly stream, so if you're the type of person who just wants to follow and not be recognized, follows are silent and anonymous, and lurking is very much encouraged. My English is a beginner. I remember we've chatted before, and I remember when I know that you've rated and I've hung out in your stream. I've looked in your stream before. I think it's awesome. I do not know Japanese. I know English, but obviously anyone who's willing to put themselves out there in a language that's not their first language is commendable to me. I think that's kind of amazing. Commendable is probably not the right way to phrase that. I think it is awesome, and because I only do the one, so anybody who knows more than one in any capacity is like impressive to me. Bread Hell, it's coming along well. We've got our fourth and final pizza in the oven. I'm kind of what I'm doing now is cleaning up a little bit. I'm cleaning my counter so that I can actually like get things, get my pizzas like out and show you what they look like. So we're basically just cleaning up at the moment. We have a pizza in the oven that has about 5 minutes left on it. We have a 3 other pizzas on the counter. Once that one comes out of the oven, I'm going to top it with some a little bit more parsley and Parmesan. I've got some ingredients I'm putting away, but in just a moment here, I'm going to show you all 4 of the pizzas that we made, and 3 of them are certainly cooled off enough to cut and sample. So we'll do that. We're definitely going to taste test Bread Hell. Don't worry. I'm going to show you. I would not leave you hanging after all of this time without trying them. I will try. I also we're gonna eat we're gonna do like family dinner tonight. So we're actually not gonna eat family dinner. We're gonna eat. Can I be honest? We're gonna eat pizza on the couch and watch Survivor because it's a big Survivor household. We do Survivor every week. We didn't do it last night because Calvin's had testing all week, statewide testing, which ended today. Statewide testing meaning we wanted to like get a good night's sleep before testing. You know what I mean? But that testing ended today. So today is a sort of like, let's catch up. We'll have some pizza. We'll do some TV. So that's the plan. We have 3.5 minutes left on this one in the oven. It's looking real bubbly there. The crust looks great. He does have school tomorrow, Liz. Yeah, unfortunately. Tomorrow is a regular school day, and the way his school works, they're having class. they're having class. There's no like break like that. They are yeah, they're definitely just having class. So it's testing this week was during like 1st through 3rd period. And then after that, they had class this week too. School is definitely going to be done soon enough. It's coming. It really is. We're almost there. We're almost there, which I don't know what my summer schedule is going to look like here on stream. I know that it changes every summer just a little bit because we have so much kind of other stuff going on. We have so much other shit happening, like summer camps and driving and weird schedules and all of that. So we're going to try to maintain a consistent schedule, but I mean, I will maintain a consistent schedule, but my timing might change a little bit this summer. We're going to, Liz, we are going on a trip this summer. We're going to Chicago for a karate tournament. Chicago is just for like a couple days. We're doing a the tournament is like on a weekend, and we're going a couple days ahead of the tournament just to exist in Chicago because none of us have ever really been there. I've been there, but the only time I was in Chicago was I went there twice, and both times were for work stuff, and I didn't really get out at all. I will take y'all to get water ice. We're going to be doing, we'll definitely be getting water ice on an IRL stream at some point. I'm just thinking the last time we did that and Gwen like drove by and was like, hey, stream sniped me. I would love some restaurant recommendations. I think we're going to be staying downtown for a few, like 2 nights, I think. 2 nights, 3 days, and then we'll be in the we'll be in like a suburban part of the region for the rest of it. So we're like staying in 2 different spots essentially. Okay, pizzas are all here, looking good. I'm just wiping my counter down. I got this last one needs to come out of the oven. I'm gonna pop that on a tray. All right. Jeez. Okay. You think it looks good? You think it looks good now? Just wait till we get a camera that doesn't. It's not looking through disgusting oven door glass. All right. I'm gonna open the oven, pull this one out, pop it on a tray, bring it to the counter, and put it on a wire rack. So here we go. This is. Hold on. Use a towel. This is ready to go, and you can see the smoke just immediately start to rip out of this oven. All right, oven is off, and here is our last pizza. Fresh out the oven. These ramps got crispy where they were exposed. Love that. And we're going to put some fresh parsley on here. And a little bit of Parmesan. And we are good to go. All right, y'all. Well, this is a good little pizza endeavor today, I gotta say. We have... Could use some dollops of ricotta. Oh, yeah. If I hadn't used all the ricotta yesterday, that would have been a good idea. Okay. I'd probably return it. I thought it was expensive. Yeah, the quest to get money in college is for real. That's no joke. I always joke about not buying textbooks in college, but I didn't buy textbooks because I didn't have money for textbooks. We didn't have $900 for textbooks kind of money. You know what I mean? Did I inspire this yesterday? No, these pizza doughs I made on Monday, but we did talk about pizza yesterday. Tidy Whities, hello. Well, let's come on back over here to this view. We are looking good. The bottoms of these, man, these still have some like warmth to them. So I have, you could have lied to me. Totally. I knew we were going to talk about pizza yesterday, so I made the dough on Tuesday. Brett House says, I realized I was talking to the wrong chat. You know, I thought that maybe I missed a message that I just like, I didn't see it because it was during the fire alarm situation. So I was like, we'll get there. We'll figure it out. But you know what? Cheers to being cheap in college. Regardless of what your reason is. You don't need a reason. It did work. I'm glad. Okay, timer's finished. We can put that away. Let me get these sliced up. So the ones that I have now, I'm going to let this one cool for a little while longer because this, before slicing it. The other ones are, the first two are definitely ready to slice. The point is to let the cheese kind of recoagulate a little bit. And solidify. So that should have happened already. I'm just kind of like moving things back in the kitchen to like where they should kind of go. Let me put this rack back in the oven while I'm at it. How does this go? The upper piece goes in the back. Okay. Because I'm going to need this rack in a few moments when I want to put these pizzas back in the oven. And you know what? Probably not going to put these back in the oven. I'm probably going to put, you know what I'll do? I'll put some slices on a tray and I'll put those back in the oven because I don't want to put the whole thing back in. That's what we'll do. We'll warm these up like we're in a pizzeria. Okay. We did good. Let me show you the whole pizzas that we made. So, number one, Nara Coman, welcome in. Welcome. Nice to meet you. We finished pizzas. We have manufactured pizzas today and are in the process of cutting them to serve. All right, this one's good. And then this one I'm going to leave on here for like another few moments. Yeah, that is still very hot underneath. Okay. We can't do that one yet. Okay. That is good. All right. Here's the pizzas that we made today. We have four. We have four pizzas. We'll start with the two that have red sauce on them. We have our basic pepperoni pizza. Basic meaning it just has pepperoni and cheese. This one is pepperoni, mozzarella. All of these are homemade dough. So we have a homemade dough with red sauce, just a straight tomato sauce with mozzarella and pepperoni, and then basil leaves on top. That's pizza number one. Pizza number two is also a red sauce. This has, again, a red tomato sauce with mozzarella. It has barbecue chicken and caramelized onion and is topped with thyme. Our third pizza, which is a white sauce. We have two that are white sauce pizzas. Our third pizza is the white sauce is garlic and heavy cream. And it also has mozzarella. This one has green garlic with mushrooms, thyme, and parsley on the top. And then our last pizza, which is fresh-ish out of the oven, is again a white sauce pizza. This one has garlic, the white garlic sauce with mozzarella, turkey sausage, corn, and ramps. Ramps are like a leek. They're a springtime onion, a seasonal springtime onion. And they're also a how would we say, we'd say we're too zoomed in. They're a snooty, like foodie kind of ingredient at this time of year. But they are good, and they are short-lived during the season, and they were available at the market, so I got them because I'm snooty, and that's how it works. So, Marianne, hello, welcome. Okay, this one is still warm on the bottom, but that's totally okay. Let's start cutting. You know what I want to do? I want to actually, let me take a picture of these as they are all kind of together here, because they look nice when you take a photo of them all sort of together. So let's do that. I'm going to turn the overhead camera off because In case anyone texts me and my real name comes up on the situation. Not that you couldn't find it. It's not hiding it. It's just I don't advertise it. Anyway. All right. These are a bunch of pizzas. They look great. We're going to cut some slices of these and like try them. Because otherwise y'all could be like, those are plastic. You literally just made that shit up. No. It could be. That's an unfair statement, an inaccurate statement, but it could be. I can't believe your government name isn't Eat It Dads. You know, they wouldn't let me change it. I did not try. Why do I love these little aluminum trays? Because you can cut the shit right on here. If you were here for previous early days pizza streams, before these trays, you know that I struggled with what do I do with the pizzas? Where do I put them? Once they're cooked, how do I cut them? You know, like what's the right cutting board? Blah blah blah. So kind of every pizza stream gets I get a little bit better at the process. Just a little bit. Not 100%, but enough. Okay. But we're cutting. Daisy has not stopped whining for several hours now. She wants to eat. She's not only is she probably wanting dinner, but I'm also making pizza, and pizza crust is her literal favorite food. We did swap the time. I didn't have any dill. So I thought I did, and I don't. So wherever it says dill, just that's thyme instead. Or it's parsley, I forget. I put both on kind of all of them. They all have some green herbs on them, and I put olive oil on this one. The thing with feeding Daisy is that she won't eat her food if there's pizza around. So it's kind of a moot point because she's still going to lay there and whine no matter what I do. Next time I want a single slice, you should come over. Bet you can't eat just one. Does she like pizza crust more than carrot? Yes, 100%, Liz. 100%. Thousands of percentage points more than carrots. Yeah, pizza crust is the literal favorite food. That's it. Period. Like full stop. Favorite food for Daisy. No, I don't, there's no debate about it either. There's like, it's definitely like when we eat pizza, she is insufferable in her begging. She begs the entire time. And not even, she doesn't even need to be in the same room. She's in a different room right now, laying on the floor whining. Does everyone in the family like the crust? You know, sticky subject. She will get pizza crust today, for sure. Calvin eats it. It's not like his favorite thing, but he'll eat it. He gets tired of the crust. He'll eat like one crust and then he won't. He'll have like a couple slices and eat the crust off of one. He'll eat more if I kind of cajole him to do so, but you know. All right, so this is the last one. Everything is cut now. We're all cut. I can retire the pizza cutter. The sink is a disaster right now, but everything that's in the sink, with a small number of exceptions, can actually go in the dishwasher, which is an important point. Okay, so we have 4 cut pizzas here. I'm going to have a bite or two of each of them, and we'll let you know how they go. We'll discuss. If now is a good time to turn on the horizontal stream. If you're not watching on the horizontal stream, because you can see all of them kind of lined up Or don't. That's not up to me. I don't get to make the decision of which format you watch the stream in. But if you're watching on Twitch, you're probably watching on the horizontal stream. Worth the alarms. Definitely worth the alarms. Worth the alarms. I opened all the windows. Everything's fucking open. I hear my family now. They're out. Like I can hear the windows open. I can hear him coming down the block. Also, it is raining outside. That's unexpected. Does the smoke all that come separated in cloves? No, it's whole smoked. So fluff. It's whole smoked. I could make a stuffed crust, fellas. That would be wild. You're not a food and drink streamer. There's not a mess in your kitchen. Well, I mean, we cleaned up midstream too. There's a bit in there, but it's okay. Dan, hello. Good to see you. What if we're watching on diagonal format? Turn your head to the side. Yeah, Daisy's not allowed in because Daisy was chasing the cats around. You can. She can. Yeah, she's been chasing. The cats were on the counter trying to eat, and she was. The cats were on the counter trying to eat, and she was chasing them. Yes, I can, but I was answering your question. She was also begging for pizza, and the smoke alarms were going off, and she was like running all around. So she is disallowed from the kitchen right now. They did. The cats freaked out. All the cats were proper freaked. So, yeah. Anyway, let's try a piece of these. Cal, do you want to tell me what pieces of pizza you want, and I'll put them on a tray in the oven so they're hot again before we eat dinner? Finish your. I will tell you. Get your uniform off and get yourself like ready.
I am ready.
It is off.
Okay. We have 2 red pizzas, 2 white pizzas, pepperoni and mozzarella. This one has buffalo chicken. This one has a buffalo chicken and caramelized onion. This one has mushrooms and green garlic and a white sauce. This one is a white sauce with sausage, corn, and ramps. Ramps. They're like leeks. They're spring onions. Ribs.
I'm gonna have to start one slice each of the red pizzas.
One each of these 2 red pizzas?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good.
The 3 that stand next to me are the 2 reds, and that is furthest from me.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna put those in the oven. Gwen, which ones do you want?
I want like one of each. So-
Gwen says she wants
Okay.
one of each. Okay, so I'm tossing these in the oven just to warm them up.
Move.
I know she is. I'm telling you. Even when Gwen gets frustrated with Daisy, that's when you know. Yeah, she's being extra AF right now.
Dripping wet, and I'm mad.
Mad? Uh-oh.
I don't like being rained on.
Okay. Let's try. All right.
Why does it always rain?
No, I'm not streaming on TikTok. I would like to stream on TikTok, but I don't have enough followers to do that. All right.
You get a lot more if you.
Gwen's doing the like dance at me. All right, let's not get started on that because we're gonna watch Survivor. He was looking for his iPad. I took it out of your room because I don't want you to get started using it because then I'm not gonna get you off of it again. Okay?
What if I promise I'll be on when you say?
If
15 more minutes, right?
okay, close it. I'm gonna say, Calvin, put your iPad down.
Yes.
60 seconds. After that, if you don't put your iPad down, you don't get it tomorrow. Deal?
Yeah.
60 seconds. I don't care what game you're playing. I don't care if you haven't hit the save button.
And then we all have to do what happens after that?
We're gonna be ready before 7:30. Your pizza's in the oven. I'm literally trying to finish here. Okay?
I forgot it was Thursday.
Yes,
It's not even on there.
Okay. I'm putting your pizza's in the oven. It'll be ready in like 3 minutes. Yeah. Oh my god. Cal, your carrot upstairs got eaten by Daisy.
That's fine.
Yeah. Instead of you.
I ate most of it.
Okay, we have 4 slices of pizza. 60 seconds is generous. Listen, I wanted there to be 0 seconds, so I think 60 seconds is fine. Dan, I do have a TikTok account, but yeah, Liz says, I didn't know you saw Backstreet Boys at the Sphere. You're jealous. She did see.
Oh my God, I'm seeing them for a second time this summer.
She's seeing them for a second time this summer.
Yeah.
All right. We got 4 slices of pizza. Let's start with the one with the ramps and sausage, because I was most excited about that. She is serious. Already booked. No.
Ooh.
No. Are you serious? Like, are you serious? The internet is weird. If the Spice Girls go, are you going to see them too? She doesn't know. Sounds like a no. I said I was going to eat a bite or two, but like, I just ate the whole thing. Oh my god. 9, that's awesome. Is she doing anything with them? What is her like goal with them? Or is it just like, let's figure it out? Well, that was good. The sausage on that was good. The ramps were, you could taste them for sure. But I really love the sauce, the like white garlicky sauce. That was very good and quite, it's solidified a lot. This is the barbecue chicken. I love the mix of red sauce and barbecue. But you still get the like tomatoey. The caramelized onions in there are very sweet. And like really, really sweet. You can taste the sweetness from them. Because I did them very low, very slow. And I'm happy with how they turned out. Cheese pull. This didn't do, I let it cool down too much to do like a proper pull. I cut it. When I cut it, it cut really nicely.
No.
Yeah, Liz, she went last year and is going to see them again with some family this summer.
Last time, fun.
Yeah, last time she went by herself and had a lovely day out of it. Oh my god. Keep seeing videos from the Sphere and it looks really cool. When TwitchCon was in Vegas a couple years ago, I walked by it and it looked neat. I didn't obviously go in, but yeah, it's a turkey Italian sausage. 9. So this one has mushrooms and
Is it a turkey?
mushrooms, green garlic, and parsley and thyme.
It's a turkey German sausage. You said 9.
I love mushrooms.
And I love you.
I do.
Like a mushroom.
I haven't made it to this Sphere. I walked by the outside of it. I thought it looks really cool. A lot of people were inside. They seemed to be having a good time. So, so there's that. All right, we got that pizza in there. I would definitely enjoy seeing something there. I think it would be fun. I guess I don't want to say issue. Issue's not the right word. I don't gamble, and like Vegas doesn't have a lot of appeal to me. Right? Yeah, Vegas, doesn't kind of work. Last time I went was for TwitchCon. The only time I've been to Vegas was for TwitchCon, and I enjoyed walking around and people watching. People watching was top notch. Like, people watching there was great.
and
Not forget the time.
I appreciated like all the unique humanity that I saw there. I think that's the tactful way to put that. That said, if I was going to pick a place to go, especially by myself, it wouldn't be Vegas. Which, like, is just because it doesn't hold that kind of appeal. That's all. I'm with you. Okay. Let's talk about what's next week. Because next week's a big week. I guess I should say that today, Cal, I'm wrapping up, okay? Today is the last day to get Cookie Club entries in for the month of April. Makawaka, welcome in. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Last day to get your Cookie Club entries in. So you can get them in by subbing. You can get them in lots of different ways. We are going to be doing Cookie Club next Thursday. I'm probably picking cookies from the 108 Asian Cookies Cookbook again. We're doing a little bit different cookbook or a little bit different Cookie Club this month. I have this in Discord, but we did not do a Cookie Club in the beginning of April. So we're going to be doing, and then I skipped the first 2 weeks of April by being sick. So instead of doing April Cookie Club midway through the month, what we're doing is we're combining March and April, and we're going to pick 15 people. 15, we're going to draw 15 names. We're actually going to draw 15 names and 17 total winners, because we're going to do 2 present to wins, which I don't know. I really don't know how it's going to turn out, because I feel like it's going to be a lot of people. There's also a lot of entries, or there's a good number of entries this month because we had like two months worth of subs. Anyway, I don't know what cookies we're doing, but we're going to do that. We're going to bake them on Thursday of next week. So Thursday's stream is going to be like a normal time, 12:30 to whenever we're done kind of situation. Tuesday, though, we're going to be doing a trip prep stream. We have a big camping trip next weekend. That is with Calvin and a bunch of his friends. So we're doing like a big bulk cook, doing a couple dinners for that one. We have a bunch of grilled cheeses that we're gonna make. We're gonna make a big batch of tomato soup. We're gonna make a bunch of those like breakfast taquito things that we made on the last trip prep stream that we didn't actually get to eat because I was sick. We ate them at home. They were good. So that's on Tuesday though. Tuesday we're also going to be doing the Cookie Club drawing on that stream. So like FYI, that is the schedule for next week. The week after that, May 13th, we're going to do a camping stream. So save the date. We'll be out in the woods on May 13th. It's a Wednesday. That is a day after the 4-year stream anniversary. It will also, we will have surpassed it at that point, but it is a celebration of having streamed for 2,000 hours as well. So 4 years, 2,000 hours in the books. Let's go camping. We'll do hang out at the campsite. We'll probably do a little hike. We'll do some meal prep, and then we'll cook over the fire. Or it'll rain, and we won't do that, and we'll sit under the tarp and cook on the stove. So that is, it's also, next week is also, the week before Mother's Day. That is fair. Mother's Day is March 10th. So if you have cause to celebrate your mother, or if you are a mother yourself, please enjoy the day. And if you're like, nah, fuck that, then don't. Then please enjoy the day for very different reasons. Your reason for enjoying it or not is perfectly valid. Okay, true though. So we had a lot coming up. All of that is going to take us basically to mid-May. And then the schedule after that gets a little dicey because we have like stuff going on, like personal life stuff going on. So, that's yeah, so that's what we're doing. That's what's coming up for us here on this stream today. We are going to raid out, though. We are finished. We have done all of our pizzas. Today we're going to raid Good Enough Kitchen. Good Enough Kitchen. My name is Eileen Leppett, and my goal here is to teach everyone how to cook basic, accessible cooking techniques that everyone can enjoy. All people are welcome. Eileen is cooking chicken with shallots and mushrooms. They've been live for about an hour. I see raw chicken on the counter, which is awesome. That means that we still have some stream to go there. So let's go over and say hi to Good Enough Kitchen. Thanks, y'all, for coming today. We, again, as I mentioned, will be back on Tuesday next week. There's a very slim chance that I stream on the alt account at some point between now and then. If you want to follow that, that account is Out with Dad. I will, yeah, I'll put that in the chat. Now I'm going to shout myself out. There's the alt account. If you want to follow that, I do a very occasional streams on there that are not like this stream style content. So I might put together shelves for the basement on stream on Sunday. I might not. We'll see. Bakery, welcome. Good to see your name in chat. I appreciate y'all. If you are new to the stream and you're not currently following, now's a great time to hit the follow button. If you are inclined to follow elsewhere on the internet, we have some social media links in chat. Anyway, thanks y'all for hanging out this week. It's been a really fun one. We're gonna go eat pizza and watch Survivor, and I hope y'all have a really lovely rest of your Thursday, a great Friday, an even better weekend ahead. I don't have a catchphrase, so we're just gonna leave it there. Good to see y'all. Thanks for hanging out. Be safe. See you on Tuesday.